All right, there we go. I'm sitting up here talking, and Mike is not even unmuted. It happens, right? When you kind of focus on doing other things, some of the minuscule things will miss you. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Peace, power, and profit. This is your brother African Emporium coming to you guys this afternoon on December the 23rd to somewhat discuss this. I guess I should say the breaking news, if you want to call it that. Might have been already planned. Understanding that we are now headed back to the negotiating table. It seems all but pretty much said at this point that there's going to be another shakeup in terms of this stimulus bill, right? So I'm pretty sure some of you guys have been following this stuff, especially if you are market orientated people who always enjoys the ideal of tracking the market and these certain aspects of news catalysts that drive the markets either up or down. Nonetheless, of course, we are long-term minded investors, and on the greater scheme of things, so we understand that's a part of the everyday ebb and flow of markets. But also, we like to partake in opportunities as far as swing trading and day trading. Some of these wild, egregious news reels. So when they come out, again, the markets are always trying to quote unquote price them in. Well, sometimes they're not able to do so, and because of that, again, you will have massive swings in the market where the market may either tank or go up or whatever. And within that course, we're just looking to capitalize on some of all that movement, right? Some of that momentum, as we like to call it, right? Volatility, liquidity, right? Volume, however you like to describe it, or price action. It is a lot of opportunity that's baked into those moments when you have such a level of expansion. Of course, we saw the market obviously yesterday when Trump obviously came out and revealed that he was going to somewhat potentially veto the new stimulus bill, right? This new amalgamation bill. Basically, that's what it was, an amalgamation bill of all the particulars dealing with spending bill resolutions and amendments that came from previous scenarios where the GOP and the House hadn't necessarily finished up. And so typically what they would do it somewhat in conjunction to maybe an end of the year fiscal budget overhaul or amendment laws or whatever it's going to do. But being we came down to the crunch, or the deadline with as far as the stimulus bill was being such a big topic, I guess they didn't have time to focus on all the other stuff. So basically, a lot of those other provisions got baked into the new stimulus bill, and it seemed as if all those things were just no, uh, you know, out of the blue, thrown into the bill to try to somewhat to appeal to people who already had lobbied or had interest for these particular addendums or whatever. But turns out that wasn't actually the case. These were things that already were in place, and it just showed pretty much what we got a chance to see for us, the citizens here, how Congress has been spending a lot of our money, as far as taxpayers' money, into a lot of different programs. Some seem to be very useless. Some seem to be like uh, overly saturated with pork, as we like to say, right? And American peoples obviously had no say so in any of these matters. These are things that Congress would say we're doing this in the best interest of national security, or just trying to keep up open trade routes or trade portals or trade discussions or whatever the case. But as Trump was reeling off some of those particular aspects of the bill that seemed to be very useless in terms of the amount of money that was going into them at this time, when you figure people who pay taxes in this country need money the most. And then, oh, okay, on top of that, we're only going to say that you guys are worth $600, right? Of course, this is the GOP. So again, this is not taking sides, but this is the Republicans that were saying, okay, yeah, we're going to agree to this bill. We're going to agree to study migrating amberjack fish, and we're going to study gender programs in Iran. We're going to study Burma whales, the Burmese pythons in South Dakota. I don't know. It was a lot of that kind of stuff in there. Truly, y'all saw it like I did and heard it. And so, of course, that leaves a bad taste in American people's mouth when you're saying, okay, well, you mean to tell me you're concerned with, managing the budget, but y'all have all these billions of dollars going to all these useless things that are not adamant, in need of care, unlike the American people who suffered through this coronavirus pandemic and was promised another second stimulus check way back during the summertime and got nothing, right? Because Republicans wanted to play chess. What they thought it was, they ended up playing checkers, and it came back to hunt them in the end because by delaying it and trying to think that the government was going to, was turning around a little bit, that the country was turning around, they gambled very, very bigly, and they're losing now because now with the aspect of the Senate race that's happening in Georgia, that puts an ugly lens on them if they obviously come back to the table and do not agree to raise the stimulus checks to 2,000. Hence, Trump was speaking about that way back in the summertime. You got to give him credit for that. He was very adamant on that then that the checks need to be up near $2,000. Obviously, Nancy Pelosi, Bernie Sanders, senator, office in Vermont, he was clear on that as well. Stimulus checks need to be up there. And again, on top of that, it was a consensus on the Republican side as well that seemed to be feasible based upon what we was witnessing for, unemployment, again, businesses going under, people losing potentially, their jobs in terms of, again, being able to pay their bills, whatever. Before the moratoriums really began to be actually necessary, even though they were necessary in the beginning, but even more so, it seemed to be a very staggering data point where seeing the GDP contract the way that it did, it just was adamant. I should say adamant. Excuse me. That there was going to be a need for people to have money in their pockets, liquidity, right, to kind of help spend into the economy by buying groceries or whatever the case. But okay, y'all know how this stuff go, right? They love to kind of wait to the last hour to do anything, right? And so now, like I say, everything got compounded, and we're trying to deal with all this pretty much at the last hour, right? This is that last hour push, and it's coming back to haunt them. So here's where we potentially can benefit. And I say me, we and me and many others, and this is where we potentially can benefit. We've already waited this long. We understand that there are certain provisions that's going to end, obviously coming up here shortly. Obviously, unemployment ends on December the 26th. There's a stopgap measure that ends on the 28th for the government being able to function in that point, federal, whatever. That ends on the 28th, so that's about 5 days away from now. And so with that being said, to be able to be in a position to get that extra, basically extra $1,400 worth of stimulus on those stimulus checks that obviously Trump is now appealing towards, and the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, and many of her other colleagues are now pushing for it as well. Well, you say to yourself, okay, well, if they do an emergency, right, moratorium, so to speak, which obviously was wrapped into the bill. Now, we don't know if they can't. This is hypothetical. That still frees you up and saves you from having to deal with any issues as far as, if you're renting, the landlord coming to you as far as bills, utility, whatever that nature, because now they're now under the same level of stress as the American people are, because they know if that bill does not get signed, then it's still a lose-lose for everybody. So they will be forced to have a little patience. If not, they've waited this long. So what's it to them to wait an additional 2 weeks or a week, if that? Of course, I'm not saying that's going to happen, to allow people to, for them to always go forward with this whole new addition or amendment to the bill, if it happens, to allow people to get more money. Of course, we don't know that, but it's just a stretch of hypothetical value that I'm willing to entertain, because we all know that $600 is a joke, especially after, again, hearing how much money is going to a whole lot of crazy stuff that American people had no clue was even happening. They spending money on crazy stuff, pig ankles, right? Doing a study on pig ankles or something. Again, I'm just, making that one up, of course, but that's what they're doing. They spend a whole lot of money on crazy stuff, trivial things. And they're trying to tell you that the American people only worth $600. So again, just to show you how they are very disconnected with the American people, and they're using you guys as, pretty much as fodder, right? You're being used as, again, a form of chattel slavery all over again, and they can care less about you. They only care about their interests, the people who lobby to them, and keeping themselves, obviously, getting a paycheck by doing these government shutdown, emergency meetings and votes, make sure that they still get paid. Right? They're going to get the 130,000, 140,000, whatever they get that you're paying, of course, their salary, and they're going to tell you that, hey, tough luck. Right? They're literally looking you square in the face and telling you tough luck. Right. So again, just the nerve of these charlatans. I mean, all of them charlatans to me. Of course, y'all know my stance. I don't take a political side. I'm neither. Right. On any of these crooks, charlatans, and frauds, I'm more of the mindset. I like to be my own president, my own senator, my own House representative member, my own legislation value. I got a brilliant mind, just like you guys do. Learn how to be the king and queens of your own castles. Right. We understand the law parameters are there. But that don't mean you have to function like a little sheep, run around, take what everybody try to sell you, right? Learn how to make your own executive decisions by learning how to, number one, procure your own income. Get to a place where you don't need the system to feed you, clothe you, shelter you. When that happens, you have a whole new outlook on life. You have now established a form of power, right? With that power, you now can make executive decisions in the event that anything that may happen that may be catastrophic financially forever, that may hurt other people or the economy as a whole, you're not necessarily obviously underneath that umbrella. And being your own boss puts you in that position. And that's why we go hard for financial literacy. That's why we go hard at trying to show people and share with people how to invest in the markets, how to trade, how to utilize other aspects of procuring income, drop shipping, whatever the case, starting your own business, whatever, real estate, whatever. So you can have, more power in your hands to make the decision. And of course, a lot of us are still on that grind to get there. I say stay patient. Don't let people deter you from off that course. Don't let people try to talk you down from your dreams, your goals, from keeping you from being in a position where you can rule life on your terms. Again, be your own boss, right? That is a form of power like none other. And we know that people who are in Congress are drunk on power, right? They're drunk on power that was given to them by way of these little shambling, ratchet little votes here and there, and then they go to Washington to sit there and just do nothing. Right? They'll do nothing Democrats and they'll do nothing Republicans. They'll do nothing politicians. Period. These people are a joke, and if you still rally behind certain ones now, then good luck. You just still on the on the Kool-Aid or on the plantation, as they say, right? It just makes no sense after what we just witnessed going through a pandemic, how these people really showed out and showed their true colors, and you're sitting there rallying behind another grown man or grown woman as if you some kind of child, as if you can't make the type of decision that's going to be good for you and yours. Given the opportunity to really, put your head down, study, find a new endeavor, become more fluid in your opportunity to be able to get incomes from other means besides working for someone else or waiting on a Congress to cut you a check, right? While they're still actually getting paid, right? They're still actually getting the check that obviously, you know, by way of your tax dollars that are feeding them and their families, right? So again, this is the craziness, right? But again, we see see all through that stuff, and we understand what's going on. It is very important that we understand too that these are negotiating tactics that they're using to try to again go through this whole tug of war with trying to acquire more people in their their political game, right? Be it Democrats or Republicans. And like I said earlier, Republicans obviously have more to lose at this point because if they do lose that Senate race, runoff in Georgia, that's going to be a wrap for them for a minute. That's going to be a wrap for them for a minute because you can only imagine what Joe Biden and the Democrats are going to do far as public policy, overturn a lot of stuff that Trump did. They're gonna go in there and just do a whole 180 possibly, right? And so Republicans are doing anything they can right now to save face. Uh, Again, I'm neither side. I can care less. I'm just making sure that as long as they don't shut down the stock market, I'm fine, right? As long as they don't shut down my way of trying to being able to make my little money, they don't shut that down. I'm fine with whoever they put in office. They can do whatever they want. But understandably, though, we do understand that certain things do matter, right? In terms of the greater scheme of things, in terms of policies and procedural things, whatever. So now, again, to the markets, right? So markets obviously got wind of the news late last night, like a lot of us did. And the futures market instantly, and this is around like 7:30, 8, between 7, 8 o'clock, we'll say that, before the actual cash close market ended at 8 in terms of extended hours. the market, got wind of the news and instantly started plummeting, right? Plummeted down near about a 0.5% on the Dow and the U.S. Well, basically the S&P 500. Stayed down from about maybe about 0.3%, somewhere around there, for a good part of the night session, and then it rebounded somewhat in the AM hours, right? Again, in come the Fed pumping the market. They said, well, and in come people saying, you know what, it may not be as bad as people made it out to be initially, right? That first kind of, shock and awe moment when Trump revealed it, that he was going to basically, potentially veto this bill. Again, smart people start thinking like, okay, well, this might could be a benefit because guess what? If the American people get more money, that means that's more liquidity value that potentially can come into the market as well. So obviously, it seemed to be a win-win, especially for us. Of course, we understood it's a win-win. Right? Who don't want a bigger check, right? Again, you was promised, multiple checks way back during April and May, and they sat on that and did nothing, right? These crooks sat on it and did nothing. So that's the least they could do. And you're going into a holiday session, literally, battered, beaten, broken, no money really. Again, for a lot of people who without jobs, their children going to have a COVID Christmas with nothing, right? But trying what M95 mask underneath the Christmas tree, maybe, right? Maybe some PPE gowns or some personal protective gear or whatever, right? They're not getting Tonka trucks and all that kind of stuff, right? They're getting, stuff for preventative maintenance, right? So again, just been one of those years where, like, man, how do we, even put into this stuff in the context after what we just witnessed and have these people tell us that we're only worth $600, right? $600, right? Again, just a slap in the face. So again, we know enough at this point that we got an opportunity now here ahead of us where, again, if we could just, sit through this last little moment of, them shaking up Washington, then we may, and I say meaning we mean a lot of people who really need that stimulus money to be able to get that additional, $1,400 from 600 to 2,000. That's going to be really good for people that really can benefit from it, right? That's going to be really, really good for people who want to benefit from it, right? And on top of that, of course, that's just 2,000 per adult, 4,000 per married couple. Obviously, I think under 150,000 in terms of annual income, and then $600 per child. $600 per child. All right, in this new particular amendment value, if they obviously have a chance to put it through. Of course, we know AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, her and Twali, whatever her name, the representative center out of Minnesota, they instantly amended the bill last night and stuck it out there. I mean, almost like in nanoseconds. Hey, we already drafted the amendment of the bill. It's not going to take long for Republicans to look over it. Democrats are already pretty much all but signed on to it as well. Let's run it, right? Let's get on board and let's see if we can just make this thing happen. So this is what you call an insider coup has happening, where now the enemies of your enemies become, your ally, where the Democrats are now hooking up with Trump on a backdoor deal to spite Republicans. Trump sees it as, okay, y'all didn't hold me down for the election fraud scenario. Guess what? I'm going to make this thing complicated for y'all, and even the state of Georgia Senate race by putting pressure on y'all to now up the ante and raise these stimulus checks to 2,000. You get on board. Of course, it could be somewhat of a win-win for all y'all, because now it's going to seem as if Republicans came back to the table, had a heart, had a moral fiber within them after all, and voted for bigger paychecks. That may help them a little bit in this Georgia Senate runoff. Or if they choose not to, and they say, well, we're going to test the laws of the veto power. Of course, Trump hasn't vetoed it yet. He has up until January the 2nd to make a decision. Why I say January the 2nd? Because we know January the 3rd, they're going to have what? The new congressmen are going to come in, obviously, to be sworn in by that date. If they don't have this bill locked into law at that point, they have to wait and do it all over again after that session comes into play. So this is now becoming like literally, this is the last hour, this is the last minute, right? This is the last minute moment where they now have to come to grips with the reality that, they gambled earlier and they lost. Now they're having to pay for it, meaning the Republicans. Now they have to pay for it. So Mitch McConnell has been what they call church mouth silent ever since that came out. You had a few senators on the Republican side that came out and said certain things that somewhat agree with what Trump was trying to do, right? You had Lindsey Graham of South Carolina pretty much coming out and saying he all but agrees with Trump on the $2,000 bill. Then he shot, picked and threw some shots at the Democrats. They always got to do that, but whatever, right? So that's good, so to speak, right? You had a few others too that somewhat said some roundabout little things where they kind of saying, okay, you know what, we might be in a position where we might have to take this. The only person everybody waiting to hear from is Mitch McConnell. He was somewhere probably getting drunk last night. I can only imagine. I'm sure he would turn up that Jack Daniels bottle, right? That Kentucky whiskey, whatever. I'm pretty sure he was somewhere getting sauced up last night, right? He probably somewhere with, man, I can only imagine liquor stains on his little t-shirt, little dress shirt and everything, right? A lot of flights that were leaving out of Washington to go back to their particular districts got rerouted. There were talks, in obviously y'all know I'm in the DC region, where there were some people who were actually at the airport. Some of these politicians were at the airport and they got the phone call or the text message and they had to stop, get their bags off the relish, off the trolley, whatever, and go right back down to DC. True story. If they weren't flying out of Reagan, or if they flying out of Dulles, whatever, they had to go right back, or BMI, to Baltimore International, of course, Washington International. They had to go right back into DC, and that's good. I say I applaud that. I applaud that because you know what? Again, after what we just heard with Trump reeling off those things, whether they was already baked into the previous bills or amendments or whatever resolution earlier, that doesn't sit well with people who say, you know what? If we're going to be passing out all this free money to all the other nations who are not going through what we're going to, and you're going to tell us that we only worth $600, then darn right, send them jokers back to Washington and let them be uncomfortable. Like a lot of people have sat through this pandemic for over 9-10 months uncomfortable. Send them jokers right back and come up with a bigger, better plan or something, or more money, basically more money, and then they can go on about their business. But until that happens, screw them. Right? Screw them. Right? So again, this could be very positive. And of course, I'm sure y'all saw that too. We just had some breaking news, maybe about 20 minutes ago, right? Trump went ahead and did what we spoke about actually a little bit last night. All right, we was having a little private little Zoom meeting like we typically do on Tuesday night with my econ family, with Sister Monica, over Chris and many others, Brother Brandon and Sister Kiana was on, and Contrarian Trey, many other people was on, the family was on, right? And we spoke about the idea, right? He potentially can go ahead and veto only portions of it and not all of it. And he did. He actually vetoed the defense bill. That's $740 billion of the defense bill. He went ahead and vetoed that. So that's him pretty much saying, I'm not playing with y'all. Now that defense bill was very important because y'all know we talking about defense spending. We just got hit with a cyber attack, right? We talk about this fake outrage, fake patriotism. People like, but it's the military. You gotta protect the defense. You gotta always protect the Department of Defense and nothing else. He vetoed that bill literally about 20-30 minutes ago. He just vetoed it. $750 billion, $40 billion just got pretty much thrown in the trash can or back to the drawing board, and they had to come up with another scenario to get that back on the table, right? So they call it the NDAA, whatever, right? That's going to be very important, right? It said the purpose for why he vetoed it, he said, because it fails to include critical national security measures, includes provision that fail to respect our veterans and our military's history, and contradicts efforts by the administration to put America's first in our national security and foreign action policies. So basically what I was saying earlier, the fact that they're spending all this money in these foreign national countries for stupid stuff like gender programs in Iran, I think they have some stuff in the Philippines, all kind of stuff like that. And you finna tell me that he's looking at your well-being. Of course, he playing chess, not checkers. I understand there's a 4D chess move by Trump. We understand he ain't got no moral clauses to stand on. He ratchet too. But the fact that he's saying that those things are not what they call national security values for our or interest for us, but the American people's health and safety is a national security issue. Hence, they need more money for these stimulus checks and to cut the pork out of the defense bill. That says a lot. That says a lot, right? And so now we see this as, again, a moment where you have a scenario where you have the Democrats and Trump alone are pulling a coup on the Republicans. They're actually pulling a coup on the Republicans, forcing them, in my opinion, between a rock and a hard place. Now, interesting will be, again, if they go ahead and not fight this. Because now they actually had to. Now they got time now since he signed a defense bill. Now they got to. We got to see what the vote was. Cause I don't know what if the vote was separate for that defense bill as opposed to the actual stimulus relief bill in terms of the yays and the nays. Because you have to have at least 2/3 vote between the House and the Senate in order for a bill to be veto proof, right? So whatever that defense bill, I'm pretty sure that was a big number. I could only agree. I suspect that was a big number in terms of people who voted for it. So now, under the provisions of how that works in terms of Congress, they now get a chance to now come back and vote on it again to override his veto. At that point, the bill will become law, but it's going to take time, right? It has to go through that provision, and so you're gonna have that little time lapse or whatever, and then it goes into law, right? As far as the other one, though, the one that in terms of American people getting checks off of, that's the one that's in question. Right? That's the one that's in question, right? Because again, if they do not sign that bill, or meaning he does not veto, and he just sit on it, if he just sits on it, he's going to force Republicans to come down to the wire, literally, right? He's going to force them into a chokehold. Because again, they have up to December, January the 2nd to get that bill into law, some way, form, or fashion. So again, he didn't throw all kind of monkey wrenches in their plans. He's pretty much saying that that defense bill, the way this already was set up, that it's a gift basically to China and Russia, right? And that you guys are just complaining about me being an ally to Russia, right? Here it is, y'all actually giving them opportunity to kind of take advantage of people even more. So again, his words, not mine, but this is the craziness between these people. All these people are bat crap crazy, if you ask me. All of them, right? So, hey, again, it's been breaking news after breaking news reel for the past, seems like, under 24 hours. We've just been hearing, any and everything flying off the reel. People trying to come up with, their scenario, what they think is going to happen. The markers are like, man, look, we out of here, right? And there, some of them, a matter of fact, as I'm talking right now, going into the close, right? Let's look at this real quick. Let's run over real quick. The market is actually pulling a coup, right? It's selling off some of that, that today's rally, right? That energy of the market today, where it seemed to have been, all but a given opportunity for them to rally on this as a sign that this is more money, right? But again, Trump vetoing that defense bill is showing that he's serious, even though he might be bluffing on the other one, but this is still a chess move by Trump. This is still a chess move by Trump. You can see here I clearly had, we kind of hit that wall up here around about 369, 70-ish, and then we began to pull back. We drifted, kind of hovered around the VWAP at the red line, and then we broke ranks and made this little flush here. Of course, news travels a little slower in some cases. Sometimes it travels fast, depending on what you have as far as being able to keep up with the news, as far as the markets goes. But obviously, the veto aspect of breaking news came out around about 327. So it's roughly about 30 minutes ago. All right, and that was by CNBC. I'm pretty sure Reuters picked it up and many others as well. But at that point, clearly you can see, let's say 1500, which is 3 o'clock here, and this point here, 330, right, somewhere around here, right? The market got, again, as you see, trending sideways, and then it broke, right, and then it flushed and broke ranks. Obviously, you can see right here in this dump right here. So this is the news kind of catching up with the market now. Right? Oh, Trump might be serious after all. Sell, 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 right? And there's a lot of people that take a profit too at the end of the day. Of course, look at the gap up that we came from. off the idea when the market tanked initially off the news that Trump was thinking about, to call that bill disgrace and that he's going to veto it. And then again, Wall Street again thought about it, said, you know what, this might be good. After all, they gapped the market up all the way down from basically 364 all the way back up to 367. Again, this is greed 101. Y'all know Wall Street is disconnected from Main Street. We've been saying that for since forever, right? Since forever, right? So y'all know as well as I know, of course, when you see those scenarios like that come into play, the markets again just trying to what? They're just trying to figure out kind of way, how they can benefit off of it. Right? They don't care nothing about no American people, don't care nothing about no pandemic. They don't care about none of that. They're just trying to say, how can we get paid off this? Wall Street is heartless. It's a heartless institution, if you want to call it that. They're heartless over there. So again, this is something that makes everybody uncomfortable because y'all know Republicans and Democrats got money wrapped up in the market like everybody else. And when it began to really dump, that's when all of a sudden the American people start obviously being what? They start caring then. Oh, the American people. Right? But as long as they still making money, like everybody that knows that, if you want to be protected in America, you got to own assets, equitable assets, either stocks, real estate, right? Or own a business. Those are only three things that protect you in America. If you don't know by now, you didn't get the memo, I'm sorry, and I'm sad to break it down to you. This is why you are expendable. This is why you are expendable. If you don't own income producing assets like stocks, bonds, whatever, 401ks, whatever, any kind of property or a business, you're going to be the last ones to eat in America on any form of opportunity that comes through relief bills or amendments or whatever. That's the game. It has always been the game in America. So a lot of people thinking that they're convinced that they can just find them a good job with a decent salary and that's enough. They have no other means of income producing skills. They rely on that and that only. A job. Think about that. A just over broke. Doesn't matter if you're getting paid 6 figures or whatever. If they cut hours or that job go under, what happens to your income? Crickets. If you don't own property or stocks and things of that nature that you can fall back on, what do you have? Crickets. So this is the power shift that we've been speaking about since forever. This is why you need to be in a position where you can be your own generator of opportunity, right? As we say, or call you a God if you will. Generator, organizer, dispenser of your own reality, in control of your own destiny, making your own money on your time under your own dime. That separates you from those who are sitting around waiting for a check. And there's no swipe against them because they need that money. People out there doing what they can. But as a whole, politics is, as Jay-Z said on the old Jay-Z, politics is usual, right? Old school. Some of y'all ain't ready for that, right? That's before y'all time. Y'all used to that new jigger, right? I'm talking about old Jay-Z, right? Old Jay-Z, right? With Charlie Baltimore around that time, man. Look at y'all ain't ready, right? So again, politics is usual. That's the game of Washington. And until you guys understand it, a lot of people that's tune in the back chat, you guys definitely get it. But a lot of people who may be new to idea why we're always going hard about trying to get people to get excited about learning how to invest in the markets and utilize these different asset classes as a way to now put power back in their hands. Then this is why we go hard, because right now, how many people was already spending that $600 last night? How many people already used what little bit of credit they had left on their credit cards because they thought it was a done deal and went out there and bought stuff, up to $600 worth value in terms of that credit card. And now that might be in jeopardy. You see how that worked? They were saving it, right? I was saving that bacon. Right? Will Smith style, right? I am legend. I was saving that bacon, right? And now here we go. Trump then pretty much messed up everybody. And the market, you can see here going, it's all the way back down after this massive gap up off the low, right? It's all the way back down to yesterday's closing price here, teetering, getting ready to break yesterday's closing price, right? This 367.24 point here is finna be highly tested here after hours. After hours at this point, the cash market is closed at 4:03. Of course, now we're in the extended hours period. But again, this is where it's finna get what? This is where it's finna get good. If we break yesterday's closing price or support point at this point of 367.24, it can get darn right ugly. Number one, we already have a half a day tomorrow to trade the markets. Number two, people typically can take profits going into a long extended weekend. In this case, we already got tax loss harvesting coming up for people that want to take any profit or reduce their share positions in some of these assets that are in for tax purposes, right? They may start saying, you know what, I'm not going to deal with all this, potential Christmas rally stuff with Trump and this mess. I'm gonna go ahead and lock in these profits now. That's gonna cause the market to pull back. Some people often leading them out the market in a certain aspect. So there's a lot of different things that surround what could go wrong. Right. What went right was already kind of baked into the market, right? The March lows, right? The March lows is indicative of what went right when people thought it was what went wrong. They don't understand a market drawdown of over 20-30% is a gift. On historical averages, the market's always going to rebound and typically break that and go higher and make new highs. So people call this was a crash. Well, the market ain't crashed yet. Are you kidding me? It already crashed. It already crashed. I repeat, it already crashed. And then in came the money. In came people that became new, 100,000aires and new millionaires and new billionaires off this greatest wealth heist in American history, off this pandemic, off the Federal Reserve, just increasing their balance book, up over $7 trillion, and a lot of that money went right into what? Equity assets, collateral backed lending loans. They even was backing municipal bonds, collateralizing debt, monetizing debt, which I've said like a gazillion times on this channel, where it's pretty much dang near unconstitutional to do that. Right? You gotta allow people to fail. You gotta allow businesses that had bad bookkeeping, that were fiduciary irresponsible, to fail. They don't give you the right to fail. They tell you to have money put away for a rainy day, but they are always there to backstop these bad government management based businesses that always get a bailout from the American people, because the American people are not financially illiterate. They don't know how to go to Washington and submit what they know is best in their interest. And so what happens is the lobbyists go before you and they submit their agendas, because they go there with a bag. No, we need y'all to, do a little bit more, study on amberjack fish laying eggs in the South Florida Keys. What? How is that more important than my child getting some milk? Well, this person came to me with a bag, so guess what? Their agenda leapfrog your issues. You just submitted a vote. Yeah, that ain't enough. I'm sorry to tell you that. So if you're gonna play reindeer games, understand even how to play them. If not, again, they're gonna 4D chess move you to death. Right? To death. Right. So markets ain't missed no meals. Right? Markets have not missed a meal. Look at this. From March lows pandemic scenario, bottomed out, all-time new highs, broke the old high, made new highs up here as if nothing happened, as if a pandemic never happened. And people talking about the market ain't crashed yet. What? Jokers better sleep at the wheel. But again, we know what's going on. So they've upped the ante. They put the pressure on now the Republicans, right? They've put that pressure on the Republicans now, and it's about to be on and popping. Because again, y'all know as well as I know, they should have been cut them checks. Right? They should have been cut them checks. I'm talking about Damon on Friday. Right? I come through here and y'all ain't got that rent money. Right? Y'all ain't got that rent money, Craig and Day. Look at him. Y'all don't want to see me. Right? Y'all don't want to see me this evening. And that's literally how the American people need to be standing right now. Standing on their square, saying, you know what? Don't come to us with this disgrace value too. Cut them checks. Cut them checks. If you want to give money to some island Pacific company or excuse me, country, or some special interest in Israel, then you know what? They don't live on this soil. They ain't going through what we going through. Screw them. Cut our check that we pay taxes for. Right? And I endorse that message. Right? And I endorse that message. So shout out to people who feel like, you know what, this is a good moment to understand how politics is being exposed for what it is, as the rats and snakes and the bats that they are and the pigs that they are, right? So when you go before any election booth going forward in the future, you're going to be very careful and thoughtful in terms of who you submit your so-called vote for or cast your vote for. And all this fake patriotic allegiance to these particular parties out there that are straight trash. All of them are garbage. All of them are garbage. Period. In a discussion. Not up for debate. All of them are charlatans. Right? You have to be a special kind of sheep to convince yourself after what you just sat through again and witnessed how these people sat there and made a mockery of your quote unquote constitution, your law values, your aspect of being able to so-called, backstop your pain, and they did none of the sort, but enrich themselves and their, special interest value people that came through. They got first dibs at everything, and now because of that, right? Because of that, they left you stuck holding the bag. As always, the Main Street always gets stuck holding the bag. Main Street always gets stuck holding the bag, right? So again, it's just very important that we realize this. Again, you guys are smart. That's why we come hang out in these areas, because we know what's going on, right? Right? We know what's going on over here on these neck of the wood. But it's important because a lot of people who may not be familiar with, how we get down over here, especially on our channel, right? Our different channels that we have out there. Well, this is why it's important, because you need to be well informed and not under informed, right? You need to understand how this stuff really works. This is where your money's at. It's wrapped up into the markets. And then the other aspect of your money is wrapped up in the foreign interests, leaving nothing really to go before you, to lobby for you, to speak on your behalf. You left up the creek without a paddle. And you thinking like, man, this is the greatest country ever, and you just hemorrhaging taxes, you hemorrhaging, policies that really benefit you. And you're like, man, ain't nothing really seem to be getting done. But you know what? At least I can go to McDonald's at 2 a.m. in the morning, though. I can get me a Big Mac at 2 a.m. in the morning, though. Like, seriously? Right? Like, seriously? Like, that's a trade-off to them stealing billions and billions of dollars of your money and convincing you that, you just need to keep working hard and that's your way to kind of, live a good life. Are you kidding me? Like seriously, are you kidding me? All right. So a lot of people they suffer from a high level of political naivety. And because of that, again, that's why they're always again pretty much underserved, right? Through the aspect of this political, nightmare that people just seem to be, they go home and cry about it at night. They pray hard for change for it. I'm like, seriously? It is 2021, basically. In this day and age, people are still out here moving around like little children, needing to take directions from another grown person. In some cases, that's younger than you. True story. So at some point, this stuff has to come, man, look, at some point, people got to wake up, right? At some point, people need to wake up. Again, that's why channels like this exist, right? To get excited, right? So again, I know I just kind of went off on a nice little 20, 30-minute tangent. Again, let me welcome you guys to the build. Peace, power, profit to everybody coming through the building today. Happy to have y'all in the house. Of course, this is a special live stream that you want to kind of pop on real quick, share a little bit of information what I've gotten thus far since our last conversation last night. Some of this stuff we've already gone over. Some of this stuff we've already kind of hit the nail on the head. I did what was going to happen before it happened, and some of it is already coming to fruition, right? Because we understand at this point what exactly that the institution as we know it to be are faced with this new turn of events with Trump. Number one, saying that the bill is a disgrace and he's going to potentially veto it. Number two, him already making good on his promise by vetoing the defense bill, which was a $740 billion bill. He already vetoed. Breaking news that just happened about 45 minutes ago to an hour. He just did that, and that's now putting pressure on these Republicans to come to the table. Mitch McConnell was supposed to hold a meeting around 3 p.m., right? 3 p.m. I haven't got any breaking news on that yet, but they were supposed to be having a House GOP meeting at 3 p.m. to discuss what to do going forward with this new stimulus bill turn of events. Democrats got on board on code last night. They sent around messages to everybody and was like, hey, this is what we wanted anyway. Are y'all on board? Everybody about to say yes. And guess what? They instantly said, yep, we back the president. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable, right? Trump found him some new friends across the aisle in terms of his enemies. That's how that stuff works. That's how Wall Street works. They are, man. Look, these people are snakes, man. At the highest level, they will sell you out faster than you, man. Look, at the highest level, they will sell you out, right? But again, ain't nothing new to us because we follow this stuff, right? We understand this stuff, right? We're interested in figuring out and making sure that as long as we're in a position to make us some bread, obviously utilizing these markets, and let them fight, right? Let them throw a tantrum. All right, we're gonna make money going up and we're gonna make money going down in this market regardless. It doesn't matter to us. Ultimately, it has nothing to do with no patriotism, none of that. It's about how can I better suit myself to protect myself in times when I know they already robbing me, robbing my people, robbing anything that they can, and don't have a even inkling of a remorse from doing it. Business as usual. Again, like I said before. All right. So peace, power, probably got some family that popped in the back chat. Happy to have you in the house. We have over son in the house, and I family Bays Jesus in the house. Right. I guess they in and out a little bit there. So peace, power, private over Sunday. What's going on? So you didn't came through this evening as well. Right. A few other people there. The link in the back chat if you do want to come on to the panel. Right. Have this little lively discussion while we got a little time. You welcome to come on. Right. You welcome to come on and build with the family. Right. Bays Jesus, you in the house there? Unmute your mic, Bays Jesus. I don't know if you can or cannot.
Hey, what's good, Emporium? You hear me?
Hello? Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, family? Peace, power, and profit to you today.
Yeah. You know, this Dre. I'm just
Hey, what's going on, Dre? My bad. I didn't even
yeah,
know it.
man. Base Jesus, man. You know, I came to make the blind hear and the deaf see.
Right, right.
What I was saying. Um, no, I'm just listening and just you know, I'm hoping that people who are not really participating in the markets, whether it be the money markets, precious metals, or stocks, man, they understand that this is a game. The proper political term is what? Brinksmanship, right? Or gamesmanship.
Right,
Who's going to
right,
blink first? Who's going to give in first or cave in, right? And like you say, it's almost like when you sift sugar, right? We the ones that at the bottom of the plate to get the little bit out, like that's what it is. If we get the shakings, and we have
right.
to learn, like you say, when it goes up or go down, we have to learn how to remain stable and get money.
Facts, facts. Totally agree. Right. Again, more of what we know as always has been. This is how they shake up. Well, this is a shake up, or they shake down, I should say. Right. This is the end of the year shakedown, based upon the fact that we just obviously still in the midst of the pandemic. Just because we got vaccine emergency approval, don't necessarily mean we're all in the clear. Right. We're actually going to go into the thick of the pandemic in this next month or two. Right. They say it's going to be the worst of this thing over the next month or two. Right. So it may be, all daffodils and roses from the ideal of all the new surrounding. Okay, we actually gonna finally do this and finally do that, right? Or we finally authorize this. It does not negate that still the issues that are still surrounding people what in their right now aspect of their lives, right? What they're dealing with actually this moment, right? And them obviously, providing you some kind of moral, aptitude by saying, you know what, we're gonna, make this worth y'all while. We know we kind of sat on our hands and blew smoke for a long time, but you know what, we're gonna make it worth your while, American people. We're gonna cut you a check that's worthy of what you should have been getting a long time ago. And oh yeah, it's your money anyway, right? It's your money anyway. It's not like it's some kind of magical number that we was allowing the Fed to do to come up and balloon in the markets with. This is actually your money, your tax money, right? And yet they still can't even do that, and they're concerned with balancing the budget and all this stuff. And they allow the Feds a spat in itself. They allow him a blank check to do whatever he wanted to do. This is the mark. Again, you couldn't make this stuff up, right? But again, they expect you and I, well, not us per se, because like I said, we well informed a lot more than a lot of other people. But for those who have no clue about this, they are left scratching their head like they don't know what to do. Right? They don't know
Is
what to
that
do.
oil stock on the screen right there?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's up, Emporium? This Sunny. That's oil stock, right?
Oh no, that's the SPY. That's the SPY over.
I can't see
SPY.
it.
SPY. You know,
I can't see
well,
it. Well, it's on. It's you know how I feel about the on this. I can really only see the Zoom.
oh yeah, that's the SPY. That's S&P 500. I'm sorry if it's not showing clear.
Oh,
Is it
shit,
is it, is it
I got the
showing? Is
phone
it
call.
blurry?
I got a question for you, but let me take this phone call real quick.
Okay, that's fine. What's going on, Bamo? What's going on, Sister Camille? Happy to have the ladies in the house today as well. Right, we got the hitters coming through. Peace, power, prop to you both.
Peace, power and profit, Omar.
How's it going today? All right, you seeing this forex market the same way we see this equity market? What's going on over in that forex side of the house?
Oh man, I made a killing this morning. I just stopped trading at about 9 a.m. and went and ran some errands.
That's all. You know what? That right there says it all. That's it. Again, y'all heard like I just heard. The sister said she made a what? A killing. Right?
I was
While
not
Congress out there
mad
trying
at
to
today's
save face,
bad.
right? Congress out there trying to save face and deal what they gotta deal with, right? We already didn't collect the bag. Right? We already made our bullish move. You know, we came through just like this right here. You know, jokers out there like, hold up, but start the market. No, don't even worry about it. Right? Don't even worry about it. No, but I'm just saying we need to start the market. We need to no, don't even worry about it, bro. I'm still gonna get this bag. Right? We ain't even, we ain't playing the radio. Right? We gonna get paid regardless. And so
Absolutely.
I say this obviously with the utmost concern, where I know a lot of people who have sat and watched us over the past 9, 10 months, right? Obviously, some a lot longer, but when we really began to go in on the idea of how this pandemic was a gift and a curse from the idea of the virus, but a gift in terms of the monetary value that it was going to bring for its opportunity. Now they're starting to see exactly what we were talking about. They sat, some people sat, some people got in the game. Those who got in the game, I guarantee they're a lot better off than they was when they first got started. I guarantee that. Right? Because you get better with this. This is a scenario where you get better with time. You learn how to, shake and move a little bit better. So again, your testament is just one of many where people who's like, you know what, I'm not sitting around waiting for these people to cut no check. I'm gonna go cut my own check today. Right? Right?
Yep.
Right? Give me the order blocks, give me the liquidity outflows and inflows, let this market expand up or down and let me get paid.
Man, I was getting the bag since about 2 a.m. I was like, woo. Let me get this back. Yeah, that was. So yeah, it's pretty even though there's not a lot of news, it's moving a little strange, but it's moving. Like it'll hit certain key areas and just take off. So that's how I got a nice bag off of USD Swissy. And I think I might have got a bag off of that 2 or 3 times before 9 a.m. And after that, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not trying to get back my earnings.
Right. And we talked about a few aspects last night. We was talking about that USD CAD that you traded obviously earlier. I think Marquise hit it later. We talked about obviously USD JPY. Matter of fact, interesting enough, because when that CAD one, I was like, yeah, that thing finna go down. It's finna go a lot lower, right? Because it's gonna go down and test that big bullish engulfing candle we saw that was sitting up around. I want to say it was around that was back on the 20th of December. That in the 20th, whatever. As you saw it when it double bottom and you caught it up, obviously you rolled it up and made your bag all the way up to that pivot point where it hit that supply zone or that liquidity break zone around about 129. After that, it just rolled all the way over. And I said it's gonna roll back down and test that 200. Well, again, so this is why I tell people, man, this is why we love what we do, right? This is why we love what we do, because that thing went down and ate up all that liquidity, went right down to that candle like I said it would. Remember I said it's gonna come down and eat this candle here up. It came down and ate that candle up. True story.
You went right through there.
It came all the way through. We were talking about it up here. Yeah, it came all the way down and sliced it up.
Back
and then
to the order block. Back to that order block, and the USD Swissy looked a little similar, but it had bigger candles, especially on the 15, which is what I traded it on, and plus the dollar, the dollar was going down. The
Yeah,
dollar went
yeah.
up. Once it went back down, that's where I wrote it from, all the way down. And then it kind of it went back up, but I didn't take it back up because because sometimes you could ride it up and down, but I was like, let me take my bag and just chill and go do what I got to do. Then it went to a little consolidation, and yeah, so I'm just watching the market now. When I got back in, but got back in the house, but yeah, that initial drop is where I took it. It dropped at about 8:30, 8:30, 8:15, something like that. 9 o'clock, I was done.
See, just like that. See, that's the man. I be telling people, man. Talking about what's that Swiss? Is USD and USD. Yeah, what's the Swiss? The Swiss
CHF,
is what is it?
yeah, CHF,
THF,
CHF,
THF,
CHF, USD
CHF.
CHF.
You're right,
Yes.
CHF. That's what it. You're right. You're right, man. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Y'all come for me. Y'all, I didn't trade out. But yeah, so
Ah,
clearly, as you can see here, as the sister was describing, of course, in this case here, of course, y'all see the charges chopping a little bit, but you can see the outflows and inflows in this thing is very demonstrative. Again, look at the candles. The candles will tell you what's going on. Big increases. Three right shoulders in this case. Again, you see what's going back to the downside. Made that
yep.
money, gave it all back, bounced up around it, gave it all back, bounced back up towards try to test again, gave it back before we got this the market. Of course, it's still in an overall bullish stance off this little pivot point, but ultimately we're just trading in what? The ebb and flows of the market, right? Peak to trough moments, right? We're taking advantage of these liquidity dumps and also
Yep.
liquidity infusions when they happen, and we're just eating and waiting for it to happen all over again. An unlimited pool of resource of money that you could just feed off of over and over and over. While people again sitting
Yeah,
around,
just kept
unfortunately,
setting up.
yeah, waiting on COVID checks. We're like, oh, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna go find me a way to go get my own COVID check today, right? I'm,
Yep.
I'm gonna go cut my own stimulus check today, right? Because we
If
already
you put
know.
it up,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you put it on the 15-minute, you can see like
Oh yeah.
a lot of fair value gaps. See, that's that red candle right there.
Mm-hmm. You got this
The
guy,
engulfing, the big one.
yep,
Right. Yeah, I rode that sucker all the way down.
right. This I mean, it was
The
a
red
nice
one.
little flush,
Yeah,
right?
but I caught the one over here from right there.
That
I
one right
was
there was
in.
definitely, yeah,
Yeah, I caught it from the top when it first wicked out and rode it all the way down.
beautiful,
I was like, "That's it, I'm done."
right? That's a full pip there, ain't
I
it?
got
That's a full
that's
pip,
more.
maybe about 88,
That's about 30 pips, 30, 40 pips.
30, 40 out of them out of that. Yeah, you got 88, 89, and 88, 88, 90. Again, I'm 10-cent increment values all the way down will be lot values of what? A full pip, right? For those who might not be familiar, right?
Yeah, pip is $1.
Right? The full dollar move values in it. So you got that whole
Right.
idea here from 89, again, all the way down here to 0.8874. Of course, we talking about cents in this point, so it's kind of relegated inside of the like the 10-cent increment value, like I was kind of describing a little bit, underneath $1 in this case. But clearly, big liquidity flush here in
Yeah,
this
that's
basket of this asset here.
right.
Again, love this stuff.
Yeah,
For
the
again,
bank went and got all that. The
say
bank
again,
went and got all that inefficiency out of there. I said the bank went and got all those inefficient candles to your left.
yeah, all
All
that,
those wicks going
all the
down.
wicks, yeah, yep. Clearly, there when y'all see wicks, we
Yep.
know that to be just inefficient value or undecided buyers and sellers. They just kind of spoofing the bids and spoofing the ass, and they're not necessarily certain what they're gonna do. So basically, what happens is once it get to a point where all that comes to a head, in this case, you hit this this resistance point up here. Banks say, okay, that's enough of that. Y'all, I'm finna get all y'all up out of here if y'all ain't took profit, and so they just dumped on them, right? They dumped on them and sent them jokers on to the upper room, right? Straight to the upper room.
After they took out the sell stops up at the top, the wicks, they take the sell stops out and then drop it. Bam.
Yeah, those three right there, you can see clearly there, like the sister describing,
Yeah,
just made it even. Go ahead.
because people be putting their stops up there. So what I
Right,
do, I wait for the wick to happen.
right. Clearly there, because you almost see a straight line resistance there anyway, too, which is obviously even more of a signal, right? When we say when things are getting ready to kind of get a little toppy and they start, topping out, it's clear you can see what's going on at that point there, that we finna, we're running into some massive resistance because we can't necessarily break through and close above a certain point of resistance. Of course, the golden rule is that if an asset at that point has already made an egregious move, if it get to a place of resistance, right, or old point of resistance, in this case, you go back and look to the left and say, well, where's these places, that have been here before, right? Where were they? Of course, you have a big candle here within that, so you can't
Right.
necessarily count that. But then you go back a little further and just keep trying to find ways where you kind of hit that same wall and figure out directly if there was any kind of pinpoint accuracy of hitting there in that area, not breaking through. Those are going to be areas where you say, you know what, this looks very attractive here now to take this thing to the downside, right? Because your
Yeah.
risk for it to go any higher is very limited as opposed to the downside reward if it flushes at that point when it's just getting tired up there. Buyers have got exhausted. It's time for the rollover. Then the banks obviously tip the hat. They be the first ones, and everybody else follows suit after that, right?
Yeah, if you go over to the left, see, because yeah, so Price had already, wait, go back to the right, to that candle right there, those big candles right there, right there. So they already been there.
Yep. A lot of liquidity up in there.
I mean, I was waiting just in case it decided to go, because it can always go up there
Right.
if it wants to, gather some more liquidity. But you got those two right. This was the kind of the giveaway. Once it got to the where you already had those double tops there, and then again, once it hit that area again and it wicked out, I was like, oh, it's rolling over.
Oh yeah. Clear distinction there, of course, like I say, undecisiveness when you have
once it wicks out, that's it.
Right.
And it might wick out maybe 3 or 4 times where I know to wait to put my stop above it.
Right. Again, just playing what the market is always providing you at this point, because when we're training and we're trying to establish the basis of when you're trading a technical analysis or a technical value of a chart movement, liquidity of an asset, we're looking for what we call peak to trough moments, right? When things obviously get exhausted, turns of buyers, they've rolled it up as long as they can, and now they're exhausted, right? The money has kind of dried up. It's also signaled by the volume obviously depreciating. Anytime you see stocks that are melting up and the volume is depreciating, at that point, when it gets to a point where it's really, really hit its apex, that's when you need to start looking for it to kind of roll over. Not a minute too soon and not too late, because instantly at that moment, you're starting to see what they call a leveling off effect, right? Or a resistance block at that point, or a supply zone. In this case, the sister said order block, right? She used that terminology. It's the same reality across the board that you're finna now have a little bit of pulling back, right? A little deluge, right? Depending on how long, we can obviously detail that by where it came from, right? In terms of points it's going to hit on the way back down for support. But nonetheless, we're just looking for peak to trough, right? Or trough to peak. Either way you look at it, those are just notional values or opportunities loaded in those moments. Keep in mind, these are moments in time. These ain't, weeks and months and years. These are days, hours, whatever, right? And so always being levered up, possibly having the right mindset and the goal to be able to take advantage of that. That's the stuff what we're talking about as far as being able to procure and write your own stimulus check. Well, I'm gonna make me a quick little couple $100. I'm gonna make me a quick little $300, right? I'm gonna make me a quick little 1,000, right? And people like a quick little 1,000. I mean, a quick little 1,000. What do you mean a quick 1,000? But we're talking about a quick $1,000.
Yep.
Like, what do you mean by that? I mean, come on. I mean, who are you robbing to do that? I'm robbing nobody. I'm robbing the banks, right? Before they rob me.
Right.
Right. So that's the ultimate understanding when we're saying, of course, utilizing these financial markets as a tool, right? This is why this stuff is important. Right? Because again, we're here to make sure that we put forth the best initiative value that we can to put ourselves in position to win. Again, void of the system, right? Void of a system, right? And so again, the sister just basically reeled off exactly why and how she was able to do that successfully. The same way anybody else that has long-term investments, they're just as beneficial as this as well, right? You take our brother that was just on earlier, brother Andre, right? Bay Jesus, right? Obviously big dividend, investor knows how to go get that procurement bag on them quarterly dividend payouts. Find those assets that pay out good yields, right? Utilize those dollar cost averaging moment when the markets are pulling back as what? Buying opportunity to load in at cheaper prices, right? Eventually, we do know that markets are going to outperform before it's all said and done. Of course, we just went over that with the S&P 500. The thing was at a 317, 218 low because of the pandemic, coming from 330 plus. And they got all that back and then some. When they made a new high up there, 370 and change. Couldn't make this stuff up. The greed is real. The greed is real. And no matter what asset class you're in, Forex, even we saw crypto break out. Of course, we got over 24,000.
Yeah.
We literally called the bottom on crypto over a year or so ago. When we said 31, I told you I ain't going to lower 3,100. I had that conversation with Ober Chris and a few other people. I said, we ain't going to lower here. Y'all want to, of course, that's my opinion. Not telling you what to do, but this is a good time to load the boat here. And I followed my own message. I added more to my position. I was already in, of course, way back in 2017, but I added around that $3,200, $3,300 on Bitcoin. I just kept adding it all around that point, all the way back up. Right? True story. It's that kind of mindset, right? It's when you get to a place where you understand, again, how to fish, right? When to fish, right? Where they biting at, right? And you just go out there and what? Make it happen, right? You utilize that at the moment to go out there and just what? Execute what you've been training for all this time, right? We didn't get this far just to be, sitting there trying to figure out, what to do. No, we know what to do, right?
Yeah. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Right. You know what I'm saying? We didn't work too hard to get here. Of course, y'all see I got the lines on here from going way back. We ain't new to this. Yeah, we ain't new to this. Some years go back here. But clearly here, you can see here, these are my areas way back in what? June, July 2017. This is when I was adding in around on Bitcoin. 1,900, 2,000. I was adding in around there, loading up around that point. Right? I was coming on the Dagger Squad channel saying, hey, this crypto stuff. Right? So we was down there. And then again, when it pulled back off 19 grand, bottomed out, came back down to that same area there, like we just discussed. Again, I'm just going over how we utilize these asset classes. You heard the sister break down Forex. You heard us speak about what? Crypto and all these stuff. Clearly here, you see my levels here. Clearly, you see my levels here. You see my, my angle in here, right? You see my wedge aspect there. I'm saying we ain't going to lower than $3,100. Clearly here, you see that thick yellow line showing you that. And the retrace that's going to come from that, I pretty much showed you where it's going to go. We're going to rally up, we're going to go sideways, or we're going to pull back down here and test that low. We didn't do none of that. We went sideways. That was the plan we was looking for anyway. After that, we just rolled out. We built up the $3,100 low. I was adding here. I was adding over here, all along this line. I was adding my position there, and I added on the breakout here. And I've been adding ever since. Right? I've been adding ever since. Right? If I just keep going over, you see what's going on. You see what happened there? It came back in over here, right? You see the different news reel? I'm adding over here, right? Right? You see what's going on over in this area here? It dropping. Okay, don't worry about it. We'll wait on a little bit. Let me see if it can regain that, that move back. It gained back in the area. I started adding again over here, right? This is what we're talking about, right? And then it just went up here. See, now it can't even get in the screen. Right. So again, from $1,900 to $24,000, I'm not sitting there complaining, guys. I'm not crying about whether or not I need to be, waiting on the government to cut me a check or to give me a job. Right. It just makes sense at this point to have gotten this far, just to not again trust the process. So no matter what the asset class is, crypto, Forex, binary options, regular equity options, equity stocks as a whole, if you're just doing dividend-based trading, ETFs only, it doesn't matter. Learn how to put your money to work for you. Right? Learn how to put your money to work for yourself. Right? And if you ain't doing it day to day, not that we advocate you go out and do that, right? Because that's the hardest part of it, part of investing, excuse me, right? Is day trading. But of course, at least you have the ability, if you so-called choose to, you can. The goal is to be long-term holders of assets that can obviously appreciate over time. So in the event you hit with hard times or you hit with a pandemic, well, guess what? You ain't got to liquidate your cash in house or your bank or whatever, your credit card. I go just, I got assets to do that. I shave 30% off this one here. It's already up over 500% anyway. What's 30%? Okay, 30% of what? $10,000. Okay, that's what, $33,000. Okay, I'm good. That's on 30% of my 500% earnings. 30%, $3,000 off of 10. No problem there. That kind of mindset. You know, it's just crazy when you think about it, right? But that's, again, we're all going to be in a position where those things will supersede us going well into our future, to our level of retirement. Your assets are going to feed you. Your assets are going to feed you, clothe you, shelter you, right? Party you, right? They're gonna give you a party moment. Oh, I just made 1,000 day on a quick little, flush on this stock right here. I'm finna eat. That kind of mentality. Right, let's go to the party, right? Let's go to the bar or whatever, right? When you get to come out there without your mask on, of course. Can't drink your cocktail through that N95 with that Rona. But y'all get it. So this stuff is exciting, guys. When we speak about it, ultimately everything that's happening in and around Washington is just a precursor for what we're studying for, to be better suited to not depend on them, right? To not depend on them. What's going on, Ober Marquise? Peace, power, profit to you in the house, right? We see some family popping in a little bit.
Hey, peace, power, profit to y'all, man. How everything going? I see y'all getting it.
Yeah, trying to go over, man. Trying to stay well informed, man. You know how this market is. These jokers got the market shook up with this Trump, Trump stuff. Yeah, but we still gonna make it happen. How say you? What's going on in your neck of wood? Where are you at on the grand scheme of things? Of course, if they cut that bigger check, that's fine. Because most of us already know what we're gonna do if we get it. If we get one, we're gonna put it in the market. Right? Most of us gonna put it to work. Basically, what I'm saying. But what about yourself, Ober Marquise? Where you at in this?
Yeah, I mean, everything good. I have to agree with Eova Camille's perspective. Like I was having a blast trading yesterday. I ain't gonna lie. I got everything done, and I was asleep around 9:00 myself. I'm really just getting up. But I had
I know, man. I don't think I went to sleep till 6, man. I was like, oh man. Like snooze. And then I was like, okay.
Exactly, me too. So
I was waiting for that setup.
Yeah, it was I had that traded that London session real. Even I traded, like I was in the trade when we was on the live yesterday. That's when I was in like 2 trades. Got out of them trades, hopped back in for that London session. Got like 2 trades in that London session, and was just trying to get ready for that New York session. I fell asleep. I was gonna trade the New York session, but I fell asleep. But I wasn't tripping. I know. Yeah, I was gonna trade that Wednesday. A lot of times we get this Wednesday pullback. So that's what I was kind of looking for, but I ended up falling asleep. But yeah, everything was good.
What? You fell asleep, but the one thing above all things, of course, hearing the jubilance, and you got a voice, because as well as I know as well. We know what this is like in terms of being afforded the opportunity that we have based upon the time, the sacrifice we put in to learn such a skill set that gives us power to get money when and whenever we choose to the point you can fall asleep in money, wake up to money, right? Go handle your business and affairs and come back to the bag and get more money. That's the part of the game that they don't teach you in schools, right? They don't teach you this stuff. You paying top dollar to go to this university, that they're not teaching this kind of stuff. Again, it's like, okay, well, what's best suited for your time?
Exactly.
Right? Wasting it on trivial stuff that's going to get you nowhere, or putting it towards things that give you in a position where you have what? Unlimited opportunity. Markets are 24/7. Markets are 24/7. If one shut down, another one's still open. That kind of reality. So you always have a dispensary of cash at your disposal. And you're going to convince, people obviously like us that we're not going to take advantage of it after we see exactly how these people are, operating in and around it. Are you kidding me? Right. So let them fight. Right. Let them, hook and book all up in Washington right now. Let them get mad and let them miss their flights, and let them feel uncomfortable. Because a lot of people out there are very uncomfortable right now because they sat through a pandemic and was promised what? gold and this and that, the third, and they got beans like Jack and the Beanstalk. Literally Goya beans, right? Y'all remember that the Goya scandal, right, with Trump and the and them Goya products. Again, couldn't make this stuff up, man. This has been one heck of a ride, this year. And here we are at the very last hour, and these people waited thus far to get to a point where they just barely, want to do, again, the will of the service of the people. So what else you left with? What else are you left with? Right? What are your options? That's how you got to look at this. What are your options? If you don't have something, again, that puts you in the driver's seat, then like many other people who are waiting on the government, that's where your loyalty gonna lie. And that's tragic because, again, seriously? All right? Seriously. Y'all giving these people that much power over you. And here it is. You see these assets that we're showing and hearing them break down their scenarios and their testament scenarios and how they're just, picking and choosing when they can and will get in the market, how they want to get in the market. That level of freedom, right? It's unmatched. Again, I love it. I get excited every time I hear them talking about it, and because we all understand it, right? We understand the lingo, we understand the energy. It's revolutionary in itself. Financially, revolution is like the greatest form of revolution. Because having resources, you can make moves. Again, as I always say, ain't no such thing as black power and broke. Right? Ain't no such thing as any kind of power and broke. Right? You got a willpower and you got no resources. Good luck with that. All right? Good luck with that. What's going on, family? Low Hova. We got Low Hova in the house. What's up, family? Over Cedric and came through in the house today. I don't know if you can speak.
Peace.
What's going on, Over? How you doing today, man?
I'm good. I'm just trying to follow, trying to get back in touch with what's going on.
Hey, man, you ain't missed nothing. You know how it go. We stay always in the realm of trying to, keep what they call keep them doors swung wide open. So, we're going to make sure that, before it's all said and done, we put ourselves in a position where we can keep winning, right? Or also where we can keep growing, right?
Right.
I'm pretty sure you know as well as I know, man. Tell you what, this been one heck of a year. And now we're just, we're really starting to see, again, the benefits of the time we sacrificed to get to this point in terms of learning this market and learning, how to make your own money, And so I already know, man, again, time is on your side. That's all I can tell you. Time on your side, you're going to get better, you're going to get stronger. And then let them hit you with another pandemic. You can be like, all right, I got you. Don't worry about it. We're going to, I'm going to start a family down to the island. We're going to skip all this foolishness.
Hey, I appreciate y'all keeping the door open for.
Anytime, you already know it. So you already know. Anytime you see us on or got questions, don't hesitate. Hit us up, man. That's what we're here for. It's the families. All right. As I say, Ubuntu for a reason. Over Chris, what's up, man? Peace, power, and profit to you, over. See you popped in the building too. What's going on today, man? Well, Chris might be a little busy. Popping in and out a little bit. I know Brother Sonny was in and out a little bit. They must be still handling business. Brother shaking and moving. All right. We're on this verge of this little Christmas Eve, so to speak. Markets, again, like I say, are reeling under the aspect of what's going on with this whole coronavirus stuff. They're trying to figure out whether or not, it's going to be a sour Christmas or a good Christmas. I don't know what it's going to be, but I tell you what, one way or the other, we already got our little stocking stuff is already in play. Right, we're gonna stuff our stocking with some cash, right? Some tickers, right? Some forex currency pairs, some option contract. That's what our little stocking stuff is gonna look like, right? And I love it, man. Right, so I love it, right? So what's going on, Bat Chat? You got family in the Bat Chat again. I want to overlook the family in the Bat Chat. Got Oba Mathis in the house, Brother Mathis in the building. Oba Brandon popped up in the house today. Our family G Deb in the house this evening, right? Our sister G Deb in the house coming through. Our family Joe Schmo popped up in the chat first tonight. Thank you for coming, and tuning in as always. We appreciate you guys. Of course, this is a quick little, I guess you want to call this impromptu live stream. Just kind of coming on, discussing some of the turn events, the things that are happening in or around us that we need to be behooving to. Of course, I'm just saying that because we feed off these moments. From a place of, is this good for the markets or bad for the markets? Either way. We're just waiting to benefit, right? We're just waiting to benefit, right? And so, of course, there's a lot of other stuff that's surrounding us on a global scale, of course, we got this new strain, coronavirus is popping up, right? They just actually ID'd another different strain, right?
Really?
They got another one just popped off, bro. It was one that we knew about last week with the one over there, Europe, right? Another one off that one popped up too.
Man.
Right, so these it's weird too because we were talking about this stuff way back in May.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about mutations and all that.
Yeah. And Joe like, no, it ain't gonna mutate, man. This is it. I remember I had to conversation with Brother Uncle. I'm like, no, man, it's the same thing. It ain't no mutate, man. It can't mutate. I was like, come on, guys, come on now. Y'all doing this a little too much. Nah, y'all gotta let nature do its thing, of course. Whether it be man-made or not. But when this stuff get out of control, man, look, you can't be sitting there trying to tell it what it can and can't do. Right? Because we don't know what it's gonna do.
Man, you're gonna have to move to Antarctica, man.
Right? And you know what? We can't even go there because I don't know if y'all heard. They said now officially that the virus has moved to every continent on the planet. 39 people in Antarctica caught the virus.
What?
True story.
That's crazy.
They say now the coronavirus has officially canvassed the entire globe. Every continent has been hit by the coronavirus. They had 39 people on up there that caught it too, or down wherever. I know the Arctic's out there, the Antarctica, but all of them been hit. You can't even escape the Rona and go to the freezing cold. It's sitting there waiting on you. Like, come on, we like to welcome you to Fantasy Island today, right? Tragic, right? So it's like, man, what do you do, right? Hey, just hunker down and do what we can, right? See, as you see, live update. Another coronavirus variant shows up in Britain. It may be traced to that it may be traced to South Africa. So apparently, another one that preceded the one that came first, there was another one that might have popped up that came out of South Africa that got to Britain up in the same area, and it was a different variant. So different different I don't know scenarios in terms of the biological environments or whatever that caused it. People's different biological difference to a degree, right? Those little minute might have caused that thing to kind of change up when it go into your system and your body. Now, again, epigenetic, right? Horizontal gene transfer, right? It changes the molecular structure to a degree, mutates. Now somebody else breathes what you got and it changes it. Man, look. I'm like, look. Right? And above all that, you heard the CDC and the FDA saying, guess what? They still feel like the Pfizer vaccine and the BioNTech and the Moderna one at this point is still strong enough to combat it. That's their word. Now, again, this new variant here, new one here, they're gonna keep probably saying that to save face, but the vaccine just start happening, right? The rolling out of it. So we can't really say, right? Until people have time, to get this stuff in their system and see how well it's going to work out, right? So I'm just saying. So I don't know. I mean, what's y'all opinion? What are y'all thinking?
Yeah, I feel the same way you do. I mean, there's just so much we don't know. Like we have something. It's new. It's mutating, and we have these existing vaccines out, but we don't even know if that's going to be effective with the mutations. They got to come out, roll out a whole nother vaccine. It's a lot of uncertainty, surrounding that. This virus is like evolving like a Pokemon. Like, man, it's crazy. So I don't really know what to make of it besides sitting and watching and at least try to prepare. I just got me a juicer. Only thing I can do is try to stay healthy.
Facts. Peace, power, and profit to that, because again, health is wealth, and don't let nobody tell you different, right? All that other mess they talking about that you ain't got no dog in this fight, and you just gotta succumb to whatever that is happening. That's just crap, right? You're not gonna tell me a sickly body is still on the even playing field as somebody that's healthy. We know there's certain stats and pre-existing conditions. We know we have different molecular structures. When I say that in terms of values and variance in terms of how pre-existing conditions may be a factor for some people or others, no matter if you weight lift or you don't. But ultimately, you still have to put in your body what you looking to expect to protect you with, and that's the food you put in your body, right? So Again, it's just a form of fortification. You would talk this stuff all through grade school, and then you get a little older, get a little science knowledge. Now you think you missed the science or something, and like you just know what? I don't need to eat good because they got a vaccine waiting to protect me. What?
Mm-mm-mm.
And that's the mindset for a lot of people, and that's tragic because it's like, whoa, where they do that at, right? So yeah, you do need to protect yourself also as well through any means necessary. That's why they call it preventive maintenance, right?
Yeah, and one other thing too that I was thinking about, just this whole reinfection type thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't really understand, even if taking these vaccines, you know, people can catch this other form of the virus, or now, you know, certain people get reinfected. I know that's still, you know, a little murky as far as that subject matter is concerned.
Yeah. No, but you're 100% right. You know, because again, that's the part where they've been somewhat trying to keep that very, streamlined in terms when they speak about it. Like, can a person be reinfected? What are the lingering, collateral damage aspects of this virus once it entered your body? I mean, at what value of exposure that you may have, right? Was it a small, minuscule exposure? Was it a massive exposure until it really got in your body and wreaked havoc? Of course, now, again, y'all heard about the signs that the stuff messes up your neurology value, right? Your neural system, so to speak, right? It messes up your, again, even your reproductive, right? They say how it sits in male testicles. That could be a big, major issue with reproduction of sperm. Their words, not mine, right? We already know it's going to affect your lungs, right? Your lungs are scarring tissue inside of your lungs. Now that you might have been a fine-tuned athlete, now you got scarring all in your lungs.
Whew, I ain't got time for that, man.
Think about that. All the basketball players that caught that virus early. Y'all remember when a lot of them basketball players were catching it way back in February and March, right? Yeah. And then we just heard, I think it was Tennessee, or not Tennessee, it was Tennessee, or was it Wisconsin, Tennessee? But they say a whole entire team caught it. It was a basketball team, I think. The whole entire basketball team caught it. The entire team. So they had, one person that was a super spreader, or maybe two, and then they just kept reinfecting each other. And so again, like we was talking about, there's various values of how much you can be exposed to it, right? Where it kind of increases, right? So it's not like a just one size fit all where, okay, I caught it, but it ain't really do nothing. No, but if you can get heavy dose of exposure, that means it has more ability to attack your system, right? So that's the part where I'm like, man, look at the N95 masks on fleek around here. I got them all over the house, up, down, everywhere, all the cars. Look, I ain't playing no rate. I even got a stash in the backyard. True story. I got one back there just in case.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't understand. They say those cloth masks really only like 30%, 40% effective.
Yeah, outside the medical surgery masks, the ones that you make on your own, if you don't know really how to lay it properly, they don't, like I said, about 30%. I mean, of course, if you get an N95, of course, that's what the 95 means. That means it has a 95% protective values of any kind of particulars that you may be exposed to, the germ. Then they got, the big boy ones, it's the ones like they used back in the old school, right? It got 100% particulate filtration in it, right? With the big canister on the side, or, the big respirator things on the side, the old school style, right? Outside of that, it's still a gamble, even with some of these more, fashionable masks, right? The most people like, I'm just gonna put on the fashionable mask, right? Well, guess what? You breathing, hot air coming out, condensation, you get moisture wicking on that fabric. Guess what? Now it's compromised, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you could be right next to somebody that got that wrong, and you got that sweat, that condensation there, and they breathing all in your face and coughing, and let me hit that cigarette, lifting the mask up and hit that cigarette. Hold up, Brian. Look at straight. That's one thing for sure. I know people out there, smoking marijuana right now. I don't know if y'all gonna be too happy with passing around your little peace pipe. Hey, hold up, bro. You gotta bring your own peace pipe, bro. We ain't doing that. That shared bumping, whatever. I forgot what you used to call it back in the old days. I call them college days, right?
Puff,
No, but seriously.
puff pass.
Look at that, Sister Mo. Sister Mo. Oh, tell on yourself. That's it. Puff pass. What's going on, Sister Mo? Happy to have you in the house. How are you doing today?
Hey, peace, power, and profit. I'm so glad you went live because I'm on the road. I was like, oh gosh, so now I'm gonna do a show.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you headed to the Lou, right?
You already know.
Okay.
Ready to shoot.
Safe travels first and foremost. Ancestor protection,
Safe
universal protection.
travels.
Right? Definitely that.
Yes, indeed. So y'all go get me. Look, y'all go get me through.
Yeah, we're gonna do what we can while we can, best we can. And of course, if I had to jump off anything, well, I'll keep it running if necessary. You can just take over, just
Yeah,
ride it out. Cause
you
that'll keep
already
you,
know.
keep you going. So that's good. So yeah, you going to the fence. I already know you got your particulars in your car with you to be safe and all that.
I got my
And
hey, listen, I got mask, I got shield, I got the sour sop tea and turmeric tea, I got the
and the sea moss.
look, I got 2 half a gallon of sea moss smoothies, the
Look
sea
at that.
moss in the jar.
Woo! That's what they playing the radio. That joker talking about some y'all pseudo because y'all want to take from nature and put it in your body like that's going. Like, bruh, y'all done got too far on the deep end.
Look,
Y'all done going too far on the deep end.
I called David was at the flea market. I called him before he left trying to get some more. He's like, I can't give you no more.
So David,
Yeah.
that joker probably rationing right now. He probably been getting a lot of sales lately too.
Yeah, hey, the flea market was, oh my God,
Uh,
oversaturated today. I said, oh my goodness. I called him. He was like, girl, I done mess around, sold all of this stuff. I mean, they were deep. So I was like, golly. I was trying
yep.
to bring something for the fam.
I was telling people that we was having again. It's weird how I keep saying that we was having these conversations again way back in February, March, and May. What it was going to be like at some point, right? And a lot of people will be turned on to these self help scenarios, right? Of course, y'all at that time y'all remember they was raiding these holistic clinics and like that, saying that you couldn't dispense like vitamin D, and vitamin C cap. Y'all remember that? And then turn right around the NIH and turn to Dr. Fauci and those guys were saying, well, what are you taking? Well, we're taking, vitamin C. And I was like, what? These people. This is why they again, the Surgeon General came out and contradicted themselves. Y'all remember that tweet? Don't buy the mask. They're what? They
Yep.
don't work anyway, but we need them for who? Frontline workers. Like, what?
Yep.
The Attorney General said that.
The Surgeon General. Right?
Yeah.
And matter of fact, I don't know if y'all heard the latest on him. That he's such a man. I don't even want to go there.
Him or LeBron, him talking about LeBron
Yeah,
need to take the shot.
yeah, make a stand. He trying to use LeBron's celebrity value to clout chase. To say this is why you need to take the vaccine. So if we can get LeBron to take it, then everybody. I like look at this old Oreo minded.
He don't know LeBron. He just as healthy as as the rest of us.
LeBron has $1 million plus a workout regimen.
Yes, I remember when he went no meat when he was working on going to eating healthy.
Right. Again, these people like, man, you know how I go, but they try to politicize everything, try to, use people. Look, you know what? At the end of the day, you still got to be responsible for self, right? This is about self-preservation. What are you doing to protect you? You got to wait on another man to tell you how to make important decisions? Like, if that's the case, we all going to be up the creek.
I would, LeBron, I'd have been like, well, give me that 10 million y'all sent to Pakistan for that gender education. Let me get that
for gender programs.
Let me get that for my school.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how dare y'all, right? The nerve of these people, right? Again, I told you they all a bunch of charlatans. Bunch of just straight charlatans. But it don't change, again, what's really going on because, again, a lot of us, we've found ways to, again, do what we need to do to protect ourselves. So, yeah, shout out to people out there that's saying, they're not going to be sitting around waiting, right, to better themselves from a health perspective. And they're taking the bull by their horn. I remember seeing a lot of Sister Camille videos. Right? Sister Camille out there getting it in every day, even in the cold. Y'all just out there working out, getting it. Again, you got to do what you need to do to keep yourself fortified to the best of your ability, right?
Yes, I had to walk 40 minutes yesterday. I was about crying.
Oh, got it. Then, Brother David, part of y'all regimen?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Back to discipline mode, Mo. Do you want to go back to discipline mode or are you going to be developed? Which one you want? You want to be army shape or you want to be in that little... I was like...
Right. Come through, over David. Over David got you going over there. I love it.
Sound like a little private. I would sound like a little private. Yes, drill sergeant.
Yeah, drill sergeant, right? Come through with it, right? See, this is what I'm talking about. See, that's why I say, man, look at Everything you need is right around you, right within the spaces, the circles that you hang out with. People there that really have your best interest in mind. People, the ideal of the knowledge that comes forward in terms of us, how can we better suit ourselves or help, sustain ourselves against this kind of pandemic environment. Of course, again, if you want to call it the supplements, I call it whole food because that's what they are. Mother Nature ain't no substitute to Mother Nature, right? And she's gonna be here after you. She came here before you. So whatever you trying to put in your body that's of synthesized value, that's fine and all dandy, but you still ain't gonna be able to whoop nature. And I stand I stand by that, right? So of course you still have to do the necessary steps. You have to eat, of course, that's paramount to what your situation you trying to survive, right? Or you're trying to obviously stay from being exposed to a degree, right? Fortify yourself. So again, shout out to people who take health serious, right? Or or at least on the road to getting better at it. And again, it just speaks volumes. To me, it speaks volumes, right? So it's actually to the point where it's almost non-negotiable. Even though we have moments of weakness, but you got something still that a lot of people are just overlooking every day, right? And so, to me, again, it's to be commended. So, yeah, man. So again, markets are crazy. Again, the usual, right? The things are happening. Uh, you know, Congress is fighting. So a lot of good positives, right? In a lot of that, because we now know, again, going forward, like we kind of announced earlier, that these moments are going to be phenomenal uh, moments where we're going to capitalize in this market because of this, right? One way or the other, we're going to capitalize off this. So again, at this point, we're waiting to hear from Ms. McConnell, right? Again, they had a public, or not a public, excuse me, they had a private meeting of the House GOP to discuss what they're going to do going forward with this coronavirus scenario, right? Ever since Trump, threw it back in their face, Mitch McConnell has been church mouse quiet. Not even a tweet, not nothing has came from this guy, right? As you can see here, nothing. Again, timeline wise, is nothing. He's silent. He's somewhere again, drunk still, right? He's drunk on that Kentucky bourbon or whatever, right? Whatever you're drinking, right? So lose for McConnell as Trump Dems support 2,000. Again, Dems and Trump support that $2,000. They have pulled a coup against the Republicans. True story. Let the Republicans out, out there on Broadway and on Broadway, whatever. Right? Democrats pressure McConnell to give in to Trump's $2,000 demand. All right, let's do it. Right? Trump turns on everyone. Right? GOP leadership silent as COVID-19 relief hangs in limbo. I mean, McConnell silent after Trump threatens to block coronavirus government funding. Well, guess what? He've already vetoed the government funding. He just did that, but about maybe 2 hours ago, he vetoed the defense spending budget. $740 billion going back to Congress now. Reshape it. Take some of the trash out of it, like Trump said, and send it back to my desk with some better provisions for the American people. Trump words, not mine. Put them in a rock and a hard place. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Elizabeth Warren asked McConnell if his caucus has the heart to provide the 2,000 checks. Because now, again, it becomes a moral thing, right? We're at the last hour now. You forced to. If you do not, then guess what's going to happen to that Georgia Senate runoff? They're going to obliterate the Republicans. They're going to obliterate them. Y'all think Stacey Abrams out there going hard for Joe Biden, boy? Look at him. Them jokers going to show up. That everybody going to show up. That's probably even Republican. Like, man, look at him. We're going to punish y'all then. Y'all want to cut them checks. Again, it can go either way. Again, I know I'm making a little light of a little bit, but it can go either way. Traditionally, in a moment like this, though, it spells that they're gonna have to kind of acquiesce to it. It just seems as if what else choice do they have? Okay, I ask you guys on the panel, what other choices do y'all think the Republicans have at this point? I'm eager to hear everybody's approach to this anyway. Anybody want to tackle that?
Sign that $2,000 check.
Right? In song form. Right? Anybody? I mean, what y'all take? I mean, y'all think they got a dog in the fight now?
Missy Ellis say, who got the keys to the Jeep? Vroom. So
I mean, they literally up the creek. You know what I'm saying? What else? Again, I mean, they don't even have any more bargaining chips, too. What else can they bargain with? Do they have any leverage at this point, Republicans? Yeah, I'm really trying to wreck my brain to think if there's anything else out there they can fire back with to, try to somewhat shift this whole dynamic where the spotlight is on them. I really can't think of anything.
no,
To be honest.
Trump spilled all the tea. So, you know, now, American people ain't finna be messing with no Republicans. That's what's gonna happen. They gonna go down to the old good state of Georgia, that good old race down there, and
Yeah.
Democrats lined up to win that seat in the House or the Senate.
Yep, and it's crazy too when the leader, you know what I'm saying, of your party, switch up. It's just, it's you pretty much lost it. If your leader give in, I mean, we look through history, we see when these leaders give in to the opposition, it's pretty much over with. I mean, at that point,
Ain't got no choice but to go ahead and give up that 2,000. You done got exposed already. Trump gonna tell it all. He a Gemini, so he gonna say everything, and he did.
You already know it already.
So at this point, old Miss McConnell, he might as well wake up out that trance from that old Kentucky whiskey.
That bourbon got him hooked right now. He's somewhat shook.
I know he was hot this morning.
And all of them are living. I mean, I can only imagine. Like I said, there were talks where they were saying they had some of them at the airports, and they got redirected back to back to Washington.
Mm.
It was that kind of party. Even late, they say late AM hours, someone were getting ready to leave,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they were starting to get wind of what had really happened with Trump. When he did it, because he came out and did that press release around about 7:30 last night.
Mm-hmm.
They still had people that had tickets booked and all that stuff, getting ready to leave out on some red eyes or whatever. Those that wouldn't leave it out on private jets. And a lot of them just got redirected right back. Like, like, yep, that kind of party. Better get Mako, right? Get a new paint job. Need a new paint job.
I had to call the wife and tell her, listen, I ain't gonna make it tonight.
That's it. But look, and tell your mama I ain't never coming home. Tell you, hey, mama, this is Richie. This is Richie. Tell your mama I ain't never coming home. Y'all have a good life. It's serious business in DC right now. And again, for what it's worth, again, I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm all for it because I feel like, everybody knew whether they want to speak on it or not that $600 was a slap in the face. It's like y'all took us through all that just to get to say $600.
That's tough.
And that's a hard pill to swallow. Even if you are a staunch, loyal base supporter of that base, or whatever the case, if you say even Republican in this case, because they were the only ones really it was hinging on, right? They didn't even want to give up the $600, right? That had to get thrown in the bill at the last hour. And a lot of that, I think, in my opinion, came from the fact that they were already saying that, hey, y'all got all this money for all this stupid stuff, like, again, instead of amberjack fishes and, the Gulf of Mexico, y'all mean tell me y'all want to get American people no money? And you talking about you got about a million plus or tens of millions or $100 million worth for something like that? Right? You're trying to study, python ankles or something in South Florida. Y'all throwing away American taxpayer money for this, and y'all don't want to give these people a check? And that's basically what Trump did. He exposed them on that.
Yep.
Again, you can't, ain't nothing you can say about you. Again, Clark is right twice a day. Some things you just got, you know what? He right. Even though those provisions were already in place for the end of the year spending budget, allocation anyway, but it's the fact that, you know what? Y'all got a new president getting ready to come into office. Why don't y'all do all that stuff under his provision? The reason why senators didn't want to do that because they know what? They under stress with this what? Democratic runoff in Georgia. So in the event that they lose, at least they had their provision to go through. Now, those provisions has a chance to be what? Overthrown now if the Democratic value takes over the Senate and the House. That messes up their whole little house of cards.
Mm-hmm.
They are in a rock and a hard place. I can't go back in history since I've been living to remember the last time I feel like the Republicans were in this kind of place where they really, really got back. They backed themselves into a corner. and their so-called supreme leader is flipping on them right now. Flipping on them.
Mm-hmm.
They were loyal to him when he was ravaging and running rampant around the country, around the world, doing whatever he wanted. And now they feel like they had it. Now he turned it on them. Like, this is like, man, this is a classic soap opera here. Right? This is a 1980 style soap opera way back in the day. That old school soap opera stuff. They took a turn on him now. So again, hey.
It was smart, honestly. it was smart. That was the perfect time and perfect situation for for his predicament and what he had going on. Because now he can, if he's trying to run again, he can always look back and like, look what I did for the people. When they did this, I stood up.
Right, but you know what? That's the part where, again, again, like I said, for what it's worth, they're now, again, it's a gift and a curse, like I said before, but it really, really details how, in terms of how we think about how Washington moves and how they, operate on a day-to-day basis. In a moment like this, when you would think they really go to bat for people, for the quote unquote people, and they do not, then how can you come back from that? Right? How can you come back from that? Meaning on the terms of you trying to establish a party, some kind of party affiliation or political party kind of, loyalty. Where you would think the American people, like, you know what? But they say, how many people? Now, I use this for frame of reference. Then, how many people, whether they be staunch Republican advocates or not, will be comfortable knowing that they have the ability to get $2,000 as opposed to $600? Wouldn't necessarily just say, you know what? I'll sacrifice for the greater good of the Republican Party, and I'm just going to accept the $600 at this point. Think about that. Because see, they know, like I know, this is not a part of defense, spending. This is not a part of budget allocation. This is taxpayers' money that's already pre-taxed. It's already pre-taxed. So it's not like it's an addendum. It's already there in terms of the value of what they already have in schematics in terms of what they feel like the tax, value going to be going into the next, calendar year, fiscal year. It's already pre-taxed. So it's not like Jerome Powell got to fire the print up, right? For the American people for a change, which you should have been doing, right? You've been doing it for Wall Street since March, February, right? So what are they losing? This is the bull crap. They're telling you that no, we want to be fiscally responsible though, right? We gotta think about our kids in the future, right? They're gonna bear this burden. Y'all weren't saying that when all that money was going into Wall Street. It wasn't a big issue then. Y'all want to wait all the way until December to say now we need to stop some of the provisions of the Fed now. After the fact, Republicans put forth the initiative saying, you know what, we got to cut back some of this power that the Federal Reserve has now. Now they want to tie the hands of, Jerome Powell. Like, are y'all kidding me? Right? These people, again, they look. Y'all already know AOC already did. She been going crazy last night. She was somewhere, man, shouting all over Brooklyn somewhere. Right? So her latest tweet here about 20 minutes ago, I guess, whatever, give or take. Don't lose out hope though. Republicans are trying to block the $2,000 checks tomorrow because we're expediting it, right? But because Trump also vetoed, this just happened. Remember, he just vetoed the defense bill. Congress will likely reconvene in the next few days. Dems will then be able to override the GOP block and pass the 2,000 checks to the Senate. Are y'all following that?
Mm-hmm.
This is that rock and a hard place stuff we just been sitting there talking about. These people pretty much come out and saying, look, they can't do everything. They got to focus on the defense bill. So we're gonna push this way. I'll vote through first thing tomorrow. Y'all know the Dems are gonna vote tomorrow. They already said they're gonna vote tomorrow on that amendment for the $2,000 what addendum or amendment to the what to this bill, and it's going to pass the House. We already got it. Again, it would be hard pressed for me to not feel like this thing going to pass the House. Republicans can't even focus on it, Harley, because they now got to focus on what? That defense bill. Because that defense bill has a lot of pork in it that's Republican interests. A lot of lobbyists. Go ahead.
Lipstick on the pig.
Lipstick on the pig. It's all kind of fluff in that bill, in that defense bill. And Trump just pretty much called out saying, how are these things more important to the national security than that of the American people's safety, health, and well-being? How can you actually go against that? You see what I'm saying? So even if you're a staunch Republican, how are you going to convince yourself morally, ethically, value system value in that makes sense? To cut people $600 check and then still submit all that pork trash that was in that defense bill that the Republicans had to slip in through the last minute, through the back door. I mean, again, $100 million on sperm whale teeth cleaning. It was, stupid stuff like that was in the bill. I couldn't make this stuff up. Stupid stuff. Tens of millions of dollars going to stupid stuff. And now, man, y'all, hey, be happy with the $600. Be lucky we gave you that. Okay, you didn't give me nothing, bro. That's my pre-tax value that you already gonna tip me with anyway. You ain't gave me nothing. But they know the average person ain't, political savvy. They don't understand, civics and all this stuff and how this stuff work on the financial literacy side of the house to a degree. They stuck. They like, yeah, whatever they say, I guess. These the smart people, I guess. That's how they look at them. They know what's best. Like, what? These people been sold you out. They've been sold you up the creek, as they say. Right? Right? They done sent you, down range or whatever. Right? So again, it makes no sense to me that how people are convinced that, this is all again, it's okay. Like, how are you sacrificing all the time and anybody else sacrificing? And you got people who are saying defund the military. What's that all about? Right? You see it over here, defund the military. It's trending right now.
What? Who said
Defund
that?
the military is trending right now.
Them fools is crazy.
Right? Jesus Christ, Charlie Trump. Trump didn't veto the COVID relief bill. He vetoed the NDAA, which is obviously a bipartisan bill that's virtually veto-proof. Trump quite literally is trying to defund the military. So that's some people trying to say, the anti-Trump tramples, I guess, and he's trying to defund the military. Right? This not even about the military, too, though. Let's be honest. It's other stuff within it that's cloaked under the defense bill itself that I guess he has an issue with. So instantly, this is the moment where people who are just that hate Trump, gonna say he's trying to defund the military. The stuff that was in it that he specifically said he had an issue with, he called it out, right? He said specifically, y'all heard like I did, this right here, this shouldn't be open national security to the American people. This shouldn't be. He didn't say anything about defunding the military. So I think that's a whole lot of whatever. Right? I think that's a whole lot of fluff. So whoever got this trending, see, that's why I say it's crooks on both sides. That's why I don't rock with none of these charlatan parties, right? These old gang members, right? The Democrats and Republicans, like both of them trash, right? Both of them trash. So somebody started this little tweet and then it went viral to my that Trump trying to defund the military. Oh man, come on, people. People are. This is the America y'all live around and within. So I don't know, man. But again, y'all see Twitter hot as always. I'm pretty sure Trump somewhere. Let me see if he didn't tweet anything recently. Right? I already know. Like I said, Mitch McConnell been church mouse quiet. So, right. So Lou Dawes, right? This is important, right? When Lou Dawes tweet, he got a big voice for the Republicans. He said, Mac first, Lance Gooden announces House GOP plan to ask for unanimous consent tomorrow to raise. Here we go. All right, here we go. I was waiting sooner or later. Right? Right? here we go. Lance Gooden announces House GOP. Man, I said they just had this little secret meeting at 3 p.m. Announces the House GOP plan to ask, right? I don't know how many people of that, though. It might be just a small little sector. It may not be all of them. It might just been a little few. And we don't know if Mitch McConnell had anything to do with this or not. But I'm just saying, it said announces that the House GOP plan to ask for unanimous, basically, all right, consent tomorrow to raise the U.S. stimulus payment to $2,000 while cutting wasteful foreign aid spending as the real Donald Trump proposed. How say y'all on the panel right now? How say y'all? Do y'all think it's likely, or do y'all think this is more window dressing? Anybody? Right? Juggle don't even want to tackle that one. Huh? They don't know how to take it. Huh?
You was saying that we think it's what was the question again?
No, I'm just saying. Do y'all think it's likely that now this puts more that it has more again teeth to stick at this point?
Mm-hmm.
That $2,000 check. Now, again, this just came out 4 minutes ago. Lou Doll put this out. Of course, I still would want to hear from McConnell, but keep in mind, Lance Gooden is a congressman out of Texas, right? He Republican, right? Y'all can see him right here, right? Matter of fact, Lance Gooden right here, right?
Yep.
You see him here, right? So, of course, hey, yeah, we'll see. No, is he Republican? I think he's Republican. Yeah, I think he's Republican. Yeah, if I ain't mistaken. Yeah, he is Republican. I remember him now. On a couple other stuff. Yeah, he Republican. Well, clearly he got the picture up next to Trump, right? Yeah, but yeah. So this is important. So he says if he was a part of that meeting with McConnell at 3 p.m., then I mean, come on, it's all but said that. Of course, McConnell must have had to kind of agree to it, or he had to been the only one house in that meeting that dissented. Like, no, I don't think it's a good idea. But he can't publicly say it because if he do, what's gonna happen? They're gonna drag McConnell. So there it is right there. Announces House GOP plan to ask for unanimous consent tomorrow to raise the U.S. stimulus payment to $2,000. So y'all know basically what they're going to do. We kind of discussed a little bit last night. They are going to cut some of that trash out that they were trying to slip through. That money then gets rerouted to pay for that additional $1,400 value of the stimulus check. Y'all about to get y'all a $2,000 check. And you got a spouse, they're going to get a couple thousand. And you got 2 or 3 kids, that's going to be $600 a child. Now, that's still kind of early, but just from the sakes of this scenario, it seems relevant. Okay, let's play it. Let's play what they're talking about. Let's play. Let me know if y'all can hear that. Can y'all hear that clearly?
It's kind of low.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I got the mic. Sorry, I got the mic on in my headset instead. 1 second here. Let's see if we can get some meat on the matter here. Let's see if we can figure out whether or not we're gonna if this is this has teeth or not.
Yep.
Joining us now is Congressman Lance Gooden of Texas. Congressman, thanks for taking the time. So under the rules, in order to meet this challenge on January 6th, to take up debate, you have to have at least one U.S. senator. You wrote to your senators, Cruz and John Cornyn. Did they respond?
They haven't yet, but one of the reasons I'm doing this now is so I'm not looking for a senator on January 6th. Things typically happen in a last-minute fashion in Washington, which is why we're in this budget mess and why we're down to the wire with only a week and a half to go before the Congress closes out the term. And so we're starting early. I have said we need free and fair elections. Everything you just played in the clip of the president seems very non-controversial. I can't imagine any American that would not want the faith of all the electorate to be in the process. And that's what we're shooting for. And on January the 6th, I suspect that more senators will come out and join me in this objection. But we're starting here at home with Senator.
I want to hear about this $2,000 check.
How do you prevail if Democrats that are going to happen, as you talked about in the earlier opening segment? We've got veto overrides potentially in the coming week. We've got a COVID bill that may or may not go down in flames. So there's a lot to talk about between now and January the 6th. Speaking of the COVID bill, let's transition to talking about that.
Right.
It's tied to the omnibus bill, of course. But, you know, as Americans are finding out the details of this, here's what they're learning about it. Money will be going to foreign countries. Let's put it up on the screen. 700 million for Sudan, 453 million for Ukraine, 250 million to the Palestinians, 33 million to Venezuela, 10 million for gender studies in Pakistan, and then of course you got millions going to Tibet to monitor climate change. And oh, by the way, we're paying down Sudan's debt, but we're not paying down our own $27 trillion debt. Doesn't this now confirm what most people already know, that there are a lot of boneheads in Congress, not yourself because you voted against this?
Yeah, it does. And I think it also shows the political blunder on behalf of Nancy Pelosi by pairing this together with the COVID relief bill. It would be a lot easier to sell whatever COVID relief bill passed had we put this budget controversy to bed many months ago. But now, because we've waited until the last minute, because Congress has punted this until 2 days before Christmas, now the American people are frustrated because they're seeing all this money going out the door in the regular budget bill, combined with such little coming into the pockets of everyday Americans for this COVID relief bill. And there's frustration on both sides. And so tomorrow, Nancy Pelosi has said she's going to try for unanimous consent, which means 100% of the House members have to remain silent and they cannot object. And she's going for this $2,000 payment, which is what the president said. But what she's failing to mention is that the president also said he wants meaningful cuts in a lot of these line items that you just outlined. And so Republicans will be putting forth our own unanimous consent bill tomorrow that includes this higher payment number along with meaningful cuts. Not
that right there. That's all I need to hear. Right. I'm gonna play the rest of it, but that's all I need to hear right there. That part right there. Y'all heard that? Right? Y'all heard that, right? $2,000, right? Right? Unanimous vote by Republicans, right? I'm typing this in the back chat. Right? So it won't be no confusion. So now that meeting that they must have just had, right, must have came back and said, you know what, we don't want to fight this. We don't want to be on the wrong side of history if we don't cut this $2,000 check for the people. They don't want to be on the wrong side. Trump forced their hand. They don't want to be detractors to his loyalty value as well, because they think that he may run again in 2024. So they buckled down, bowed down, cowered down. They should have anyway, and accepted. They're going to accept that $2,000. Now, the difference is what he said on the back end of that. He said, guess what? We're going to put forth our own amendment. So some of the things that they're going to try to cut out the bill may be things that the Democrats may not want to be cut out, that bill. Their lies going to be the gridlock. That part right there is going to be the gridlock. Well, we don't want to spend $33 million on gender programs in Pakistan, excuse me. Well, the Republicans say, well, you know what? Hey, I mean, the Democrat going to say, well, you know, we don't want to spend, you know, whatever, 100 million, whatever y'all trying to give to Ukraine. Their lives going to be the gridlock. But the one thing that above all things that matters above all things is what? They're going to cut y'all that seems to be unanimous that check for $2,000. They were holding out. They thought they were slick. They thought they were slick. They got their hand caught in the cookie jar. Trump exposed both sides, Democrats and Republicans, and said, y'all got all this unnecessary pork in this bill. No matter if y'all waited to get it, try to roll out in one package or not, that's on y'all. But at this hour, the American people don't need to see no kind of bill provision with all the other junk in there when they sat there and sacrificed all these months to get paid. Do that trash on another time frame. Don't do it under my time. So guess what? Don't spend it yet, right? Don't do like people did yesterday. Don't spend it yet. Don't y'all go out there and run out $2,000 on that credit card, right? Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. But as of now, of course, this is breaking news. I like to say breaking news, right? Sounds good because it just came out, right? This tweet just came out, right? This news reel just came out. So essentially, it is breaking news, right? The Republicans are going to vote unanimously. See, I was about to say unanimously to what? Consent to what? The $2,000, right? They're going to consent to it. They got backed into a corner. They didn't want to look like the bad guys. They acquiesced, and here we go. We finna get, people finna get paid. Let me run that little part back so a lot of people might have missed it. Whatever.
And a lot of these line items that you just outlined. And so, but the president also said
he wants still trying to blame Democrats too.
And a lot of these line items that you just outlined. And so, said, but what she's failing to mention is that the president also said he wants meaningful cuts. And a lot of these line items that you just outlined. And so Republicans will be putting forth our own unanimous consent bill tomorrow that includes this higher payment number along with meaningful cuts. Not everyone, myself included, is on board with raising this stimulus payment to $2,000.
See, not everybody, but he's in favor for it. And a few, like I said, McConnell might be dissenting. A few others might be like, man, let's just do it, man, because we don't want to fight. Some of these jokers still digging in like a tick.
But I'd be willing to go for it if, in fact, we had meaningful cuts. If these wasteful programs are actually meaningfully and permanently cut and reduced moving forward, I think you'd find a greater appetite for these higher $2,000 payments.
You understand, of course, how Americans are looking at this. Wait a minute, I get a paltry $600, not myself, but most Americans get $600, and you're giving billions and billions of dollars to foreign countries. This is what Rand Paul said. We can put this up on the screen. We've got a bridge that's broken over Ohio River. We wanted a new bridge for 10 years. We send money to Pakistan for gender studies. For goodness sakes, we can't build our own country because we're too busy rebuilding everybody else's country. It's what President Trump has gotten right. It's why President Trump got all these new blue-collar workers into our party. They're sick and tired of sending money, shoveling it overseas. They want it here at home. He's absolutely right about it.
Again, whether you're in politics or not, you see that's a big leveraging moment there where, again, it just shows you, if you're looking at this bill from the onset of it, just, okay, why would y'all lump all that stuff into this COVID bill at this point? Because it does look bad. It does. It looks bad, right? To say that those things are more important than, again, people getting, bigger checks or, better, representation, so to speak, in their particular districts, in their particular states, nations, whatever. As a whole, how can y'all justify this? Republicans and Democrats alike are on board with a lot of those, crazy little aspects of funding values that they're trying to give and send money overseas. Both of them are guilty. Okay? Both parties are guilty. So now it's gonna be like they're gonna point finger. Well, you wanted it for gender studies. Well, you wanted it to give money to Palestine. Well, you wanted to give $100 million to Sudan. Now they got to go through that kind of it was you that wanted to. But above all things, how many of us agree on the unanimous value of a $2,000 check for the American people now? Upgrade. That number obviously seems to be very, substantially growing towards the value that they're going to yay that part. Right? I think only thing you need is 11. To my knowledge, only thing you need is 11 Republicans. I want to say 11 to 12 Republicans in the Senate to agree, and it'll get passed. Because the House of Representatives, if they go unanimous, all those Democrats on top of that of the senators and that perspective of the 11 on the GOP side, if they agree to it, it's going to go forward. Meaning McConnell will have no choice but to hold on, take it to the floor so they can vote on it. Because that'll be all they need, the threshold to meet to amend it. And Trump definitely gonna sign it because he made it clear. As far as 2000, now whatever they pick out of the provision for the port and the earmark stuff, all that dumb stuff, like all the other stuff they'll read off of, you know, whatever negotiate on that. But the $2,000 check part, that's all people need to be caring about. Is that gonna go through? All right. So again, this is coming from Fox News too, so y'all already know this is odd. But again, you can hear the guy saying like, "Man, is y'all crazy? No matter if y'all waited this late or not, y'all can't present that to the American people, whether they staunch Republicans or not, and think they're gonna go along with that. And you trying to give us $600, right? Meaning people, right? The American look.
This, but how about this? Instead of it here at home, he's absolutely right about this. But how about this? Instead of stimulus checks, or in addition to stimulus checks, why don't we open up the American economy, put a stop to these absurd and meritless lockdowns and shutdowns that are ruining lives and lives.
And in the states that are more opened up, in my home state of Texas, where we are more, that are shutting down their economies. And
all right, so that's all I want to hear. I don't hear all the other stuff. You know, they're going to go into all that dumb stuff, right? Just define science and open everything back up, expose more people. And this is the deadliest part of the virus is happening right now. So that's the part where Republicans are back crap crazy, and they can just go ahead on and kick rocks on that one. I ain't gonna agree with that. Now y'all stupid on that. I'm just saying y'all should have been cutting them checks a long time ago, gave people the incentive to where they could be comfortable and sit home. Y'all don't want to do that, so people got desperate. They went out there, started trying to hustle, right? How to feed themselves and their family. So that's why a lot of people end up getting exposed. People start rioting and again marching and protest because y'all didn't want to cut no checks. Y'all did this to yourselves, right? Don't get mad. Now people ain't adamantly saying to go out there and just open their economy up so they can go back just to go back to work. They trying to say I gotta feed myself. For the most part, people like I need to feed myself because y'all ain't feeding me. All right, so these people they think they slick, but they ain't slick. All right. So again, this is the again the parts where Trump is pretty much, you know, disputing, right? That he's saying he's not comfortable with because these things are trash. All right, this is the trash stuff that's in there. Now I don't know how much of that he will negotiate on, but y'all see it here, right? So 85 million for what? Assistance for Cambodia, right? I don't know what we get out of Cambodia. Anybody know what we get out of Cambodia? What kind of product do we get out of Cambodia?
Not a thing.
They got the Cambodia. Well, I know what they got. Y'all remember seeing that old Dave Chappelle skit, right? Cambodia breast milk. dollar. All right, they must be getting some Cambodia breast milk. Y'all remember that old Dave Chappelle skit? With Diddy.
You make my day.
All right. That was probably what they get out of Cambodia. They finally found the open tap source for Cambodia breast milk, $85 million worth. Goodness gracious, right? And an additional 82 million for what? Assistance for Cambodia. That's over $116 million. 160 million, excuse me. $160 million going to Cambodia for what? Anybody know what that's for? Yeah, I'll wait. Right, 134 million for Burma, and 131 billion for what? A million, excuse me, for what? Assistance to Burma. $1.3 billion for Egypt and Egyptian military. What? And another 1.3 for the assistance. So over $2.6 billion going to Egypt. Fake Egypt. Could make this stuff up. 25 million for democracy and gender programs in Pakistan. $25 million for democracy and gender program. What is a gender program? Anybody? I don't even know what a gender program is. Please, somebody enlighten me. Anybody know what the gender program is by the chance? Anybody want to take a stab at that?
That's such a wide casting net. Who knows?
You talking about it? Why? Woo. I'm scared to even try to say it on YouTube. They might try to shut me down. What kind of alphabet soup program is this? I'm just saying. And $15 million for democracy programs, another $10 million for gender. Man, look. Okay, so I see basically saying Trump budget proposal and what they're so he's shaving it off. They're trying to shave it off, basically, what I'm saying. Right? Trump complaint and then Trump budget proposal, right? Shaving it all off. Right? Trump complaint, $505 million to Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama. Over $500 million to Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, and Panama. And a lot of those countries there, especially Honduras, are where people migrated from to come into the border. I did to get them juggle money and incentivize them to come through. True story. That mass exodus they had in Honduras, that linked up with those people in Mesoamerica to come across the border, it started in Honduras. I remember it like yesterday. Right? Trump build a wall kind of mentality, right? All that craziness. Right? And that's weird too, because Trump budget proposals is what? It's an increase there. That must be for that same scenario to keep people from coming over here. $40 million for Kentucky for the Kentucky Center. Mitch McConnell all over that. That smelled like Mitch McConnell all over that. $40 million for the Kentucky Center. What is the Kentucky Center? Anybody from Kentucky in the chat? What is the Kentucky Center? Anybody familiar with that? Operation plus capital repair and restoration. What is the oh, I said Kentucky. It's called Kennedy. Look at it. It's been a long day, right? The Kennedy Center. Excuse me. I'm about to go in on Mitch McConnell. Right? The Kennedy Center. All right. So $40 million for that. I don't know if y'all voted for that or not. I know hey, $1 billion for the Smithsonian. Again, hey. Yeah. Right? The National Gallery of Art, $154 million for that. Right, so y'all get it. Y'all see this stuff, man. This stuff is crazy, man. I'm gonna have to post that. I got to post that in the group, right? But I mean, man, you couldn't make this stuff up, man. This stuff is crazy. Just in it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. One thing I am happy about is that it's making people take a second look at this legislation that be being passed, like, and make people realize how much crazy stuff they're passing, and you don't even know what's going on. Exactly. Vote incorrectly or anything like that. So I am happy about that aspect of it.
I agree, because how often do we go right and go to the Congress.gov? Because you can go to Congress.gov and see every resolution that they vote on, amendment, whatever. You can go see it, right? But how many people go over that site every day and just go see what they're doing? Right? You too busy trying to live, right? Take care of your family, all that, man. But I got time to sit there and go through all that stuff, right? But it's there, just in case you guys are ever, wanting to see what these jokers are trying to slip through the back door on you. Because that's how I got confused last night. I was like, man, where's the House resolution bill for this stimulus relief and defense bill? They had it under a different name. That's why remember I was telling y'all last night, is it House Resolution 133? I was telling that to our brother, I forgot who that was on last night. The other brother, I'm new to him a little bit. And I was like, yeah, but no, it is 133. I was second guess myself. But this is it here. What does that bill say? House Resolution 133, United States dash Mexico Economic Partnership Act. Are y'all kidding me? That's the name of this stimulus bill, defense bill, all that, almost dang near, almost some of it wrapped up into one under HR 133.
Wow.
You come here looking for that specific stimulus bill, and you like, man, where's the stimulus bill at? This thing is sent up on the United States dash Mexico Economic Partnership Act. 133 House Resolution, 116 Congress, all in that case in that joint session. And there's the votes right there. 92 was yay, 6 was what? Nay. Right? They had 3 roll call votes, so you can definitely go see the roll calls. I sat through a couple of them myself. But that's the bill. Right? That's the bill right there. Right? And again, if you go to, you can download the bill. It's free. It's a free PDF. It's 5,593 pages. Right? So again, it's public record, you know, like any scenario like this here in this case. Right? You go pull it up. Here it is right here. 5,000 pages. 5,593 to be exact. And what is it called? You know, they had it under a different name. United States and Mexico, whatever. And then it's the act. This may be cited as Consolidated Appropriation Act. Right there, you go. That Consolidation Appropriation mess. Right, man. These people, man. Look, these juggabees. They slicker than a can of oil on Sunday. Couldn't make this stuff up. All that stuff in there. That's why this trash was so long, because they tried to add this bill to the actual, you know, stimulus bill aspect of what people feel like it was getting. So they made it actually bad on themselves. And they were trying to get it through because they know they might be in trouble because of what? If that Georgia scenario don't pan out the way they want it to, a lot of their provisions that Republicans wanted may not go through. This is their last time to get it into law, or to protect that interest value that they tried to get it into the law. And that's how it got exposed. True story. Got exposed. Right? So 5,000 pages worth of this foolishness. Y'all see it. Go Google it. You can pull it up. Matter of fact, I posted the group, the link in the group. Let me post it in the back channel on YouTube. Right? Say you to work from Happy, go look for it. Right? If you haven't, you know, if you don't have it already, there it is. Right? Them charlatans, man, they slick with it. They slick with it. Right? But I mean, what do you expect? Right? What do you expect from these people? Right? They're gonna, you know, always do what they always have done. Lie, steal, and cheat. Right? That's just what it is. You know, it just is what it is. Right? But let me post this for the family just in case somebody want to go dig into this a little later. They have a way to go pull it up. All right. So that's it. So again, you know, hey, we're going to see. We are going to see. So they're saying Section 230 of the Communications Act, 1933, at 47 USC 230 isn't the move to Trump 2000s just to be renegotiated. And Section 230, so it's not about. Okay, so I see somebody pushing back there. So yes, it's in Section 230. I guess that portion of the amendment for that of the $2,000 checks. All right, so yeah, man. So yeah, it's about to be on and popping. They're gonna have to cut them checks, or they're gonna have to cut them checks. That's all I'm saying. And I want people to get them checks. Right? I want them to get them checks. Right? Because it's important, right?
And I want it now.
Right, right. It's my money. I want it. Facts. Facts. Right. That's 100% right. So that's it. So again, ain't nothing else came out, guys. Since then, you know, again, it's circulating through the GOP. As Les Gooden just said, you know, most of them are scrounging right now. All right. You know, again, you know, hey, we just got to see how everything works out from this point on. Again, you know, Mr. McConaughey, like I said, he's been silent. You know, for the most part. How's it set up for his name? I don't know how you have his name set up in here. Let me see. State Senator Leader McConnell, I think. Yeah, on him. Right. That joker been church mouse quiet. Look at him. He been church mouse quiet. Right. The last tweet he put out was on the 21st. Breaking. The Senate just passed another major bipartisan COVID-19 relief package. The American people can rest assured that more help is on the way immediately. Right? You waited forever though. Look at right after that, he all on what? Fox News, gloating, right? You know, he's like, yeah, I can't wait to get back to the motel room now. But I'm gonna drink me some good whiskey. We just won this little bill. All that bill came to a screeching halt. A screeching halt. Right? He was just tweeting away. Look at, he was tweeting away on that day, just tweeting all over the place. On the 20th, 21st, and now ain't nothing else came out of his Twitter account since then. They got him. They got that joker jacked up right now. Kevin McCarthy's another one that just, you know, this guy. He a stand-up type of guy. Right? He church mouse quiet. Right? Just awesome. You've done a UFC example for all. Oh no, this is some other stuff you're talking about. This probably came out before Trump threw a grenade in the GOP and ran. All right. So that's it, guys. So hey, you know, this stuff is interesting, man. You know, it's coming. It's down to the wire, basically. It seems again initially that the stimulus checks may get that bump. Oh, this is another part too. All right, and I gotta right. Okay, that's somebody just 13-minute Joe Biden lives live updates, blah blah blah. Oh, I gotta say this too, because I was going through this too. Do y'all like for some well, I'm just gonna say it in this kind of term because I don't want to make it, you know, one side or the other. It ain't. But within this particular stimulus bill, if you have any kind of federal garnishments, i.e., you know, stuff that was not within the moratoriums, right, in terms of credit card or any kind of federal garnishments, even child support, they're not going to garnish you this time around. So if you have any kind of federal garnishments and or child support on this one particular bill, they're not going to allow those agencies to garnish your money, meaning you'll actually get the money. I guess I should say this time if you didn't get it the first time, if you filed and couldn't get it. Because I mean, we talked about that on one of our shows we did way back on the first bill. We was breaking down, I think me and Sister Mo and a few others, like, you know, who gonna get garnished, who wasn't gonna get garnished. They actually garnished people who owed child support, and they garnished a few other people. Some kind of, it was a few federal programs, I think. But if you do owe on child support, because keep in mind, a lot of people probably got behind on child support since COVID, or they might have been behind right before COVID hit, right? Not that they probably wasn't even, you know, paying or whatever the case is. But that in that moment, if you got behind enough where I guess the state recorded it, all they had to do is submit, say, hey, this person's behind. Like, and the person probably been paying too. That's how dirty these agencies are. And that person didn't get a stimulus check, as if they didn't get hit with a pandemic too. As if the parent of that's probably custodial parent of the child wasn't gonna get a check, and the child got a check. So the system is this is a raggedy country because in so many ways. But of course, in this one particular bill, if you do owe on child support at this point, unless they change it all of a sudden, right? They're not going to garnish your stimulus check. You're going to get if they cut that $2,000 check, of course, you're going to get that $2,000 too as well. And so yeah, take a portion of it and go pay your child support, I guess, and then put the rest of it in the stock market. Yeah. All right, but it's, again, we'll see. But under the provisions within it, at this point, I forgot what section it's in. I'll look it up again at some point, dig it back up. I saw somebody else speaking about it too. Then it helped me find exactly what they were talking about. So I got to go back and look. But they're not going to garnish you your money, right? These federal agencies or this child support stuff. I think those are the only two of interest that they were speaking about. They are not going to garnish your money. All right. So just want to throw that out there on GP. All right. So let's see. GOP slams Trump for doubling back on the stimulus check. Says White House rejected 2,000. Okay, so is this the latest on that? Let's see. So no, this is Trump.
A suitable bill, or else the next administration will have to deliver a COVID relief.
Well, that's the video from last night. Okay, Representative Peter King called out Trump Wednesday for reversing course on a direct payments to Americans for Congress finally after Congress finally reached a long-awaited deal on economic relief package. Right, so callings into radio Joe Piscopo show, man. So this is just one guy, I guess, to my Republicans, but it's just this one guy, Peter King, agreed to the $600 stimulus checks. Lawmakers, blah blah blah. Retired Congressman Nancy Pelosi, retiring Congressman. So he's getting ready to retire. So yeah, so he ain't nobody. I thought there was gonna be something groundbreaking. Yeah, so I'm not anywhere else. Yeah, I'm not even. And it still feels like. I thought it was gonna be something like with the actual, GOP senators themselves. I'm scouring for news articles to see if there's anything that changed. That's why I'm doing that. So y'all got to forgive me. I'm trying to make sure I get in and everything that's pertinent, ahead of us, so we can be well informed, right? And we don't miss out on what's important, right? So that's it. So again, that's about all at this point. Again, I didn't plan on actually be on this long, but I'm happy I was. Helping Sister Monica out a little bit, right? As well. And a few other, and I'd love to hear from you guys as well, y'all points of view too, right? So, matter of fact, let me go. Okay, I think Buddy got a video up on some of those provisions. Let me see if I can go over here to find on the Buddy channel. What is now? Because I think, hold up. Where is, God, dog, come on. Yeah, so Buddy, meet Kevin 2017 update. So I think he got an update. Let's see what he got. Because I'll be waiting for him and Clear Value guy and a few other guys I'll be listening to. So this was 2 hours ago. All right, so 2 hours ago. Let me see. Let me see what is he saying. So bear with me for 2 little hot seconds. All right, so
discussing the $2,000 stimulus checks. During the conference call about the $2,000 stimulus check.
All right, so yeah, that was that GOP meeting that they had at 3 p.m. So let's see what this guy got to say. So I'm pretty sure. Again, I'm moving on the fly. Some of them guys probably already turned over information. they be hooking and booking and trying to find some of this stuff. So let's do this here. Let me share this here. 1 second, guys. Give me a hot second. Probably not gonna play all of it. I just want to see if there's anything particular within that too that we may have missed. I have not seen.
$2,000 stimulus checks. During a conference call about the $2,000 stimulus checks, Trump also released a statement that he has officially vetoed the NDAA, that is the National Defense Authorization Act. This is something that he's been widely threatening to do, and he has officially vetoed it. It is the $740 billion spending bill for the military, pay raise for the military of 3%, weapons, compensation, tanks, planes, you name it. Trump issued the following statement, which doesn't provide us all of the details as to why we know he vetoed this act, but he does mention that I'm returning without my approval H.R. 6395, the National Defense Authorization Act for 2021. My administration recognizes the importance of the act to our national security. Unfortunately, the act fails to include critical national security measures, including provisions that fail to respect our veterans and our military history. This section, by the way, is known as the Warren Amendment. The Warren Amendment, for Elizabeth Warren, renames certain bases like Fort Bragg and other bases throughout the country that relate back to the Confederate war history. And this act, for Donald Trump here, contradicts efforts by my administration to put America first in our national security and foreign policy actions. It's a gift to China and Russia. Now, the section about it being a gift to China and Russia, many folks are confused about this because in the military bill, they actually have provisions that strengthen their sort of countermeasures to China and Russia. So Donald Trump hasn't fully given details on what he means by why China and Russia would win with this bill, but we do know that the big two things are the military history. And then I wrote the other thing down here, which we've talked about many times. I won't go crazy into detail on this right here. Section 230, basically.
Hey, yo, check this out. We're breaking all the rules. Anything we choose. Verify, live and prove. I got something new.
Sorry about that. Let's skip.
Donald Trump's really pissed that Twitter and YouTube can censor Republican networks or put little, this could be false or misleading tags on things. Donald Trump is very anti that. And Section 230, by repealing liability protections for Twitter, YouTube, and these other platforms, that would essentially open up to those companies to being sued by, let's say, Donald Trump for tagging him for potentially false or misleading posts. So that's really what's going on with the Section 230. So that's why this veto is happening. Now, beyond the veto, what other information did we get? Well, we got some more information on stimulus, particularly. So here's the thing. Kevin McCarthy, well, I guess in order to properly set this up, I have to say, technically, this NDAA passed with a veto-proof majority in both the House and the Senate. Democrats like Elizabeth Warren have already come out to call Trump's veto unconscionable. The problem, however, even though this bill passed with a veto-proof majority, is you already have people like House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, whom we've also got stimulus updates on. He already said that he will not go against Donald Trump to veto the bill. And so this is where we get back to the conference call where Kevin McCarthy was on the call as well. We've got representatives, all Republicans here, like Don Bacon, saying Donald Trump just threw Republicans under the bus. Now, this is likely because Republicans made a compromise deal with Democrats. And then after making a deal with Democrats, Donald Trump kind of comes in and pulls the rug out from under them. Representative Virginia Fox says they need to get people on the TV right away and set the record straight. So this is really because Republicans have been pretty quiet. The only ones talking in the media have so far been Democrats, who have been, decrying Donald Trump's actions, saying, "Hey, we've been talking about doing $2,000 stimulus checks all along." Donald Trump, obviously, in recent weeks has also been talking about doing the $2,000 stimulus checks. It was just a week ago that he was told by the White House, "Don't do that. Don't ask for $2,000 stimulus checks. It'll blow up negotiations." And of course, when the power came to him, that's the first thing he did, was ask for $2,000 stimulus checks. Wow. So it is true, though, Republicans have been mostly silent. It's been really hard for us to get updates from Republicans. We know Democrats are on board. Are we going to get these $2,000 stimulus checks? Democrats are ready to do it. But on the stimulus portion, Kevin McCarthy came out and said that Trump, well, two things. One, Trump has not yet decided for sure whether he's going to veto the stimulus bill at all. So now it's even entirely possible that Trump won't end up vetoing the stimulus bill. And if he does nothing, it'll just become law after about another 8 days by default.
Right.
Now Trump could also still come out and sign it, but that would also be odd, because if Donald Trump at this juncture comes out and just signs the stimulus bill after delaying it, he would really have only won by getting everybody kind of riled up for $2,000 and not getting $2,000, and then delaying the arrival of the $600 stimulus checks, delaying unemployment protections, and delaying eviction protections. So I don't think Trump is going to come out and sign it. I don't think he'll U-turn. He might do nothing, in which case the bill becomes law, but by doing nothing, that's almost like him signing it.
Stream live TV from 85 plus top channels with unlimited DVR included. And unlike traditional services, you don't have to work.
So I don't know. I don't think Trump is going to let the $600 stimulus bill go through. We'll talk scenarios in a moment, but it wouldn't look good on him, because it would just look like he basically just delayed unemployment protections and the arrival of the stimulus.
Right. I'll raise the issue. You're not going to go through with it.
We've got more from Kevin McCarthy. So some are suggesting that Donald Trump will end up saying, he'll end up trying to negotiate, saying something like what we saw Lindsey Graham suggest yesterday. Lindsey Graham said yesterday, hey, look, we'll go with the $2,000 stimulus checks if you repeal Section 230 of the NDAA. And then we'll go for, we'll get Republicans on board with the larger checks. We'll have Democrats and Trump on board. Everything's good in that case. Now, publicly, Donald Trump obviously says the whole push for the $2,000 stimulus checks is because he wants to see Americans get more money. This is obviously a good political move, but it might be a little too late, because obviously that could have been done before the election. More importantly, though, I'm seeing this as a legacy check for Donald Trump if he gets that through, and that could set him up on that potential rematch in 2024 if he decides to run in 2024. There were White House rumors that he was going to announce his re-election bid by the end of this year, but that has now been delayed to at least after the inauguration. Now, regarding the $2,000 stimulus checks, and this is where we get another update from McCarthy, the House is expected to hold a remote vote for $2,000 stimulus checks on Thursday, but this remote vote, because all of Congress has already gone home, keep this in mind, Congress is on vacation. Like, they're literally on vacation right now. They all flew home. I mean, I'm sure some are still in D.C., but
right,
most of them flew home because they were done. They had done their work. They passed the National Defense Authorization Act. They passed the stimulus package. They passed the government funding bill. They were done. So they all went home. Now the House is expecting to hold a remote, like a voice vote. Basically, they all get on Zoom or a phone call, and they go, yeah, we're good. Like, what Nancy Pelosi is going to do on Thursday is say, all right, we've got this amendment for $2,000 stimulus checks. Does anybody have an objection? And, well, guess what? We got our first objection. Kevin McCarthy dropped the first bomb and said there will not be unanimous consent for the $2,000 stimulus checks. It will not happen. So with Republicans now rejecting the unanimous passing of the $2,000 stimulus check amendment, this sets up basically a disaster. So here are the scenarios that I'm trying to figure out here. It's very likely that Congress is going to get called back for an emergency session of Congress by December 28th. Maybe this weekend, but tomorrow's Christmas Eve, Thursday's Christmas Day, then you've got Saturday and Sunday. The government is funded through the 28th. 12 million people lose their unemployment benefits starting this Saturday, the day after Christmas. Merry Christmas. Dysfunctional government we have. Anyway, so if they come back for an emergency session of Congress next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday before New Year's Eve, which is really next week, would in theory be the last days they can do this before they get a whole new Congress that comes in. And I guess it's not whole new, but all the new people who got elected or lost their seats, that changeover happens on January 3rd. Right. So here are the options. If we do an emergency session of Congress next week, the first option that Congress would have is basically they could pass a continuing resolution to keep the government and the military funded possibly until January 20th when Biden gets in. So it's entirely possible that Congress could come back, emergency session of Congress, and just say, you know what, this just isn't going to work. Emergency, let's just do a continuing resolution until January 20th. And then as soon as January 20th rolls around, they put the bills in front of Biden, the stimulus bill, which is already agreed upon, and the military bill, which was agreed upon but vetoed, put those in front of Biden, and Biden signs them. You know, this is assuming that Donald Trump doesn't overturn the election, which that's a whole nother thing. We could have a whole separate live stream over those allegations and the fact that could happen. But right now, we'll stick to the stimulus part. If they pass a continuing resolution until the inauguration, the 20th or 21st, we might literally go from...
There is nothing that makes me happier than biting into a fresh piece of bread. This slice is...
oh, we're getting tiny checks of $600 to, yay, maybe we're going to get $2,000 stimulus checks to, we got zero. Like, that's literally a possibility right now, is that we could literally go to zero. Not only will we go to zero, but unless we get the eviction ban extended, in the first 3 weeks between January 4th, the first Monday, and January 20th, when Biden says that he will extend the eviction ban, you could have millions of eviction notices issued and filed. You have millions of these eviction lawsuits. I mean, people could just straight up get kicked out. A lot of counties, by the way, throughout the country, a lot of counties have already been processing evictions, but they're just not kicking people out yet. So, like, you could literally go through the courts in a lot of counties, get somebody technically evicted, but the sheriff just isn't removing people until the eviction ban is over. So you could literally, on January 4th, 5th, 6th, like that week, you could have sheriffs all across the country literally kicking people out of their homes because of COVID. Anyway, so this option number 2 is passing this continuing resolution to the 20th. That would give Congress basically, I mean, Congress wouldn't really have to do, that would be an easy option for Congress. It would suck for people because everybody would have to wait 3 to 4 more weeks. But it would be an easy option for Congress because all Congress is doing then is saying, hey, look, we agreed on the stimulus, we agreed on the government funding, we agreed on the NDAA. We don't want to open up a can of worms, so let's just literally kick the can down the road 3 weeks, and then, again, unless Trump overturns the election, Biden will just sign and we'll be done. That is totally a possibility. So that's option number that's option number one. Okay, so option number one is a continuing resolution. Option number two is Congress forces a veto vote on the NDAA. Technically, Congress can't have a veto vote yet on the stimulus bill because Trump hasn't technically vetoed the stimulus bill yet. Right. So option number two is force a veto vote. Oh, here we go. Lindsey Graham won't vote to override veto without move on Section 230. See, he's just joining with Kevin McCarthy. This is what I think. So this is why this option two, I don't see it happening. So option number two is Congress comes back for an emergency session. They force a veto override vote, but that's going to force Republicans to pick sides. You already have Kevin McCarthy and Lindsey Graham now saying they're not going to pick a side, and picking a side is going to be very dangerous because here's what happens. If Republicans pick sides, you take the Republican Party, you break it in half, and now you have a divided Republican Party. You're going to have, the Graham group and the McConnell group, and you can't vote for a Graham group and a McConnell group going into the Georgia 5th Senate runoff election. So if you end up with a divided party, Republicans get screwed. Then they end up losing control of the Senate, like almost guaranteed, because the Republican Party can't stay together. And usually when you have internal divisiveness, you don't get votes, as many votes. You'll still get like the loyal Trump vote, right? Like the loyal Trump vote is still going to turn out and vote Republican across the board. But the people are like, well, we want a functional Republican Party. You're going to lose those votes. And you've got like a 1% margin right now in Georgia. So an override vote on the NDAA is something that possibly Congress could do, but I don't see that happening because, again, it's going to divide the Republican Party. Republicans just won't go for it. So even though Republicans, and you're going to hear this a lot, but Kevin, these bills passed with a veto-proof majority. Doesn't matter. Like, they could pass with a veto-proof majority, but then when it comes to a veto vote, Republicans could say, well, look, I'm fine with the bill, but I'm not fine going against Trump.
Time and time again, the mainstream press has been dead wrong when it comes to the stock market.
Right.
So that's how you could lose veto votes. So when you hear veto proof, means nothing. There is no veto proof. Okay, so obviously, option number two with this override voting on the NDAA, probably not going to happen. So option number one is pretty crappy because it just delays everything 3 weeks. Probably number two, the veto override, probably not going to happen. Okay, here's option number three. This is the most complicated, and in my opinion, would probably have the same effect as option number one. Option number three is there's an emergency session of Congress and they compromise on the NDAA and they compromise on the stimulus package. Maybe we get a counteroffer on checks. Maybe we get larger checks. But then maybe they say, well, if we're going to go with larger checks, Democrats, we don't want ITIN families getting the stimulus check. See, that's something that I didn't clarify in this morning's video. Yes, technically illegal and I'm going to say or because not everybody with an ITIN number is illegal. There are people with visas who have ITIN numbers. Some have socials too. It's so overwhelmingly complicated. I want to separate this out. This morning, I mentioned that families of somebody with an ITIN number could get stimulus checks. So if, let's say, a husband has a social security number or 2 children have a social security number, that's $1,800 in checks. But you also have the retroactive provision. And this is where, because of the way this bill is structured, they're making changes to the CARES Act, actually. People could go back and claim their CARES Act stimulus check of $1,200 and then the money for their children as well. That's another option. So people would get a $600 check and a $1,200 check if they were in a relationship with somebody or married to somebody with an ITIN number. And then just to finalize this point on the ITIN, and we'll keep going with option 3 here, finalize the thing about the ITIN. Some folks are saying, well, Kevin, look, technically people with ITIN numbers who might be illegal aren't getting stimulus checks, but their family members are, which is the same thing as them getting the money. So I think that's where that kind of like potentially undocumented people are getting stimulus checks coming from. So that's the third option. So option number 3 is this compromise option. So maybe we go for a larger stimulus check, but then we have to have a debate about all this stuff with the ITAN, or we have a debate and a compromise on the naming of the Confederate bases, or we have a compromise on Section 230, which honestly, if this goes into a debate over Section 230.
Now, look, the part about them renaming these military Confederate, old Confederate, generals or Confederate leaders that was in the military at that time, that rename those bases like at Fort Pope, right? Fort Bragg. These are, again, Confederate constituents. Look, in terms of this $2,000 check scenario for people that can use that money, I'm okay with them leaving them names, leaving them Fort Bragg, leaving it Fort Pope. I'm okay with that. They can do that much later date, right? I'm not going to push back against the idea whether or not those checks can go forward just because a renaming of a military Confederate, constituent, that's, I don't know, upsetting some people in the Black Lives Matter group or whoever, right? I'm okay with that, right? We can pick that one up a little bit later because that ain't gonna change the culture of the people, regardless, by value of a name alone, right? At this day and age, what I'm saying, at this day and age, it really has no bearing. Again, being proud military myself, I can 100% assure you, the people on base right now are not in a complete uproar just because his name's Fort Bragg, because they still getting paid, right? And that dude, whoever he was or whatever, been dead and gone for a long time, right? So that's just the reality of things, right? Let's just keep it 100, right? Let's keep it 100.
There's no way this package is going to get done for the next month because Section 230 is a nightmare. And then guess what's going to happen? If all this crap gets delayed another month, we're going to go, okay, cool. Now we have the stimulus package and the NBAA, and maybe Biden will just sign those. Oh, but wait a minute. Now it's time. Technically, we're supposed to start talking about liability protections and funding state and local governments. We're going to be another 30 days down the road, and more state and local governments are going to be suffering. So either way we look at it, with all of the options, right now it looks like Congress is going to have to come back to conduct some form of emergency session, which could, quite frankly, basically just lead to the can getting kicked down the road for another 20 to 30 days. And again, they can't veto override the funding bill right now or the stimulus bill because Trump has 10 days to veto it. It's got about eight days left. So let's see here if we've got any other updates quickly, and then I'll answer a few questions. I do want to just make a mention here that Biden this morning did reiterate the $10,000 in student debt relief as a priority of his. Okay.
We actually discussed that before
any
too.
Other updates
Previously
here? No, just the Graham update. Congress should vote to repeal Section 230 as requested by President Trump. I will not vote to override unless an effort is made to wind down Section 230. An effort is made. Okay, that's interesting. New variant of COVID found in Northern Ireland. Great, so it's already spreading. Okay, House minority. Yeah, exactly. Will fail. Yeah, exactly. We already know that. We talked about Kevin McCarthy refusing the $2,000 checks, and Schumer's just throwing out some political stuff. All right. So let's answer a few questions here. Let's see what kind of individual questions we have. Yeah.
All right. So that's it. So again, yeah, you can tell he's been really following this stuff, right? Right. And I try to keep up wherever I can, but he's on top of it. So kudos to Meet Kevin, right? Kudos to him from this perspective, right? So again, very interesting because again, we're trying to, again, filter through all the stuff that doesn't necessarily have any kind of merit, particularly what could happen and what will not happen, right? At this point, it seems to be, again, like I was thinking earlier too, to a degree, they're going to have some kind of emergency sessions, whatever the case. Of course, we already know Democrats are already slated to do their amendment for the $2,000 upgrade check value tomorrow. I think they say at least by 12 noon, somewhere around there, maybe 12 or 1 o'clock. I think the Democrats are going to submit their proposal for $2,000 check. And oddly so, because again, y'all know tomorrow we're on a half-day schedule, right, for the stock market, right? We're on a half-day schedule for the market tomorrow. For anybody that are that are trading the markets or whatever, they got positions in the market that you want to kind of particularly probably pare back, in the aspect of, this kind of lengthy, holiday break that we're going to be on, right? You may want to be, cognizant of that so you don't have any open positions. So the market is going to close tomorrow at 1 p.m. Right? I repeat, the market's going to close tomorrow at 1 p.m. So make sure you close out your positions. Right? Make sure you do whatever you need to make sure all your I's are dotted, T's are crossed. You're not out there just, hooking and booking. Right? So very important. Right? So with that being said, of course, if they wait to do it around about 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, the market, obviously in terms of retail hours, will be closed. You still have a little, I think, 2 hours of extended trading before it shuts down altogether, I think around about 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 p.m., right? So the markets right now are still somewhat, it's in limbo, right? The markets are they're hopeful and sad all in the same breath. Right, we saw the markets pull back on the Trump tweet that he was vetoing the defense bill after, last night's turn of events that was just completely crazy, right? And so now the markets are kind of like, well, and what do we do, right? I mean, the market was pushing up there again, trying to go and test that 370 level in terms of resistance, and again, Trump tweeted, that killed that, right? That pretty much hammered that. So I think we got up as high as like 369.70, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around there. Now, after hours, we have the S&P 500 kind of somewhat, regaining a little bit off the bottom of 367 pivot point, below that 367.24 closing price of yesterday, right? We're back up to 367.95, about maybe about 50 cents away from the VWAP line on the 5-minute chart. So around about 368.50, right? 368.34, I should say, is again a moment of truth spot for the S&P 500 to clear above that area. Going into the futures market tonight, of course, we already started at 6 o'clock here. I'm pretty sure if I go to the futures market, it may be slightly green. Just looking at how SPY's trading, obviously still in the cash value, extended out cash value. Matter of fact, let me run over there really quick and see. Yeah, so we're slightly green, like I said. Yeah, slightly too. I'm talking about barely. Like, can you see? Barely, right? Barely. I can see a little bit, but it's barely green. As y'all can see, it's kind of flipping back and forth here. With the US 30 and the US 500 here, kind of up, down, green, red. It's been doing that probably for the last 20 minutes. I can guarantee you, right? Everybody in limbo. They're trying to process all this news. They're trying to wait to hear from all you, I guess, important Republicans, not some of these little junior Republicans. They're trying to hear some of these bigger names like a Cruz or we kind of heard from Rand Paul, but McConnell, those types, right? They're trying to wait to hear from those types, right? So some of these smaller ones like Lance Gooden, of course, we heard his little take. He really ain't got a whole lot of clout, right? But overall, of course, Europe is actually up. Well, Germany, DAX is up. The FTSE 100, they're up. Right now, so a lot of people started, paring back some of the losses they had early in the week after this new, virus strain took over. They're now kind of, paring back some of those losses and trying to, backstop their markets, right, with liquidity, right? Their Feds or whoever they got that, central banking scenario that are flooding their markets, right? So
again, as of now, that's what we're looking like far as the markets. Now, at any point where we hear from one of these prominent Republicans, it can change like it was yesterday, right? It can change and get real ugly. It can get real ugly, right? And I'm on that because there's a lot of other variables in play now. Now we got, again, the close of market tomorrow early, right? Intraday, obviously 1 p.m. People are going to take profit. They're going to take profit in some of these stocks. It could be a big profit-taking day, or it could be just a pretty mild profit-taking scenario just because we're going to extended, holiday session. But they still, are reserving the hopes that, of course, we'll still get some kind of form of a deal settled, and the markets can now breathe a sigh of release, and we can ride out, right? That's the ideal situation where it don't be like a deluge of people leaving the market. Now, either way, of course, like I said, we're gonna make money regardless, up or down. But for the sake of the value of momentum, then yeah, we want to see that, because again, if the volatility indicator keeps creeping up, of course, in terms of the VIX, right? We saw it creep above $26 and some change. That could be problematic going into the new year. Despite obviously buying, taking over, and around the 20th or whatever. That little stretch in between that can get real ugly because Trump can throw all kind of grenades and muck up the water even more. Until he leaves, basically. Right. So again, it's to be noticed that just keep your eyes on that. Of course, if you got long-term position, I just been dollar cost averaging in. Matter of fact, I ethered Moderna yesterday and Tesla. Right. Those were two that I definitely caught. I added to my long-term positions in 3 different accounts. I added to my USAA, I added to my stash, and I also added to my my Tastyworks one too. Right. And so I added in 3 positions in that perspective in those positions in terms of that, in terms of long-term little plays, right? So I was able to catch Moderna down at about 118. It rallied back today around about 131. I caught Tesla at, I think, 624, added to that position, dollar cost average, if you want to call it that. And it rallied up to like 345, 348, somewhere around there. I think that's where, it was earlier today. And then it paired back some of the losses into the close because of that whole Trump scenario, right? And then people just taking profit anyway on the big move, right? So right now, Tesla's sitting at 342.69. We have, I think Moderna's sitting at, we have 129, so not bad. Of course, those are plays that we're talking about. We know about the whole play with XL today, XL fleet that's coming in the market on the SPAC value. Again, they produce a lot of the chassis and things of that nature within electrical vehicles, so they're not down to produce the entire vehicle. They're focusing on, battery integration, chassis, and things of that nature. That stock caught a massive boost today. We saw that stock take off from $17 and went all the way up to as high as 34 and change. Right? Up near basically, basically about 34 and change. Right. So massive move for that stock today. So kudos to those people who traded it. I think a few people in our group traded it. I think Ober Burgess, he was in at around about $17 and change in this stock. So he got a nice little payday today with the stock jumping over 100% for him, going over obviously $34 and change. Right. So XL, right? Some of you guys may or may not be familiar with them. I would say go do a quick little research on those guys. They're popping, right? They are popping, right? So real quick, let me see if I can share my actual entire screen. We'll kind of see what's going on with that. Yeah, but this is it over here, right? XL Fleet. As you can see, this is the day they had today, coming all the way from the $17 and obviously 52 cents, rallying as high as $34.50 somewhere close to that, $34.40, whatever, give or take. Again, you know what happened with Tesla today? Obviously, the pullback from yesterday, whatever the case, rallied back some, pulled back again earlier during the intraday session today around about 622. Right, again, my little accounts got filled around about 624, especially my stash. You got filled 624, so that was a nice little A. I added right at the right time on that. We rallied up as high as 651, whatever the case. Again, Moderna over here, of course, like I said, it rallied as well. So so again, we got some some interesting things to watch for tomorrow. So if you are going to trade the market tomorrow, just be careful. Again, be cognizant. The market does shut down at 1 p.m. in terms of the cash market. Then you have a few hours of extended trading, and then it's done. Right? It's done to the futures, right? Futures are Sunday, right? Future market for Sunday, right? At 6 p.m. So make sure you close out what needs to be closed out. Make sure you check all your option trades. Make sure that your calendar expiration dates are extended beyond that of the tomorrow until the 31st of December. Day after that, I know they got a lot of January the 15th contracts available at this point because of the holidays and this, that, and the third. So just make sure you check those as well. We don't want to be blindsided and sidetracked and leave money out there to be just thrown away, right? Collect them checks, as they say, right? If they're going to cut them stimulus checks, we're going to collect these market checks, right? One way or the other, we're going to collect these checks. Right? So get excited for that too. All right. So I think that's basically the gauntlet of all the stuff that I had in, I guess, on my little quick little radar to discuss. Hey, again, optimistic, right? Who knows? That check may get cut. Right? Biden is sitting back in the place of power because either way, whatever happens, he still has the power to come in. Of course, again, especially if the Democrats take over that Georgia Senate seat. That's the importance of all this. Man, look, y'all think they'll worry about these people spending money now. Let them Democrats win that seat. Biden may run it where he may cut a check for $600 or $1,800 or $1,400 or how much every month until they get this, economy back up to speed. He might get a check every month, right? Let alone just a $2,000 upfront payment. He pretty much already said that, as soon as he get in the office, he's gonna be definitely cutting some checks. They're gonna fight to cut some checks, right? And also the idea we spoke about that with that student loan scenario. We talked about that a few weeks ago. Him obviously putting in some kind of provision to kind of cut, at least $10,000 worth of student loan debt off anybody that owes student loans. That could be monumental because we talked about that months ago on how that will, be a big benefit to the overall GDP value of America, right? Come back some of that debt off the national debt and turn the student loans, because those are federal loans for the most part, that takes away that debt right off the treasury side of the house, right? It charges our national debt value, right? That's a big boost, right? That money gets reallocated and gets made back on some other provision. But again, that alleviates a lot of pressure on a lot of people that has immense student loan, debt. So 10,000, whatever. It maybe, again, it's enough, right? I'll say that's enough. It may, some people got, up near $100,000 student loan debt. Some people got 50, 60,000, 7,000, whatever. 10,000 is still a good little amount to have just shaved off. That's, no penalty fees or anything of that nature. It just comes off $10,000 worth of debt. So not bad. Nonetheless, it's something. So we'll see. So again, Trump is mad. He moving about right now. Again, he's stomping the ground a little bit. It went from what them ballots at to now it's like, and what them checks at, right? Matter of fact, I haven't played this in a while, so I think it's a good time for me to run that beautiful bean footage, right? Trump asking where them checks at instead of where them ballots at. Let's go. Again, where them checks at, right? Where them checks at, right? That $2,000 check seems to be the topic of discussion. One way or the other is going to get cut. In my opinion, I think they're going to be forced to. But if not, again, if people have the wherewithal to say, you know what, if y'all want to make it about that, we'll punish y'all during the runoff in Georgia for the Senate seat. For Republicans, if they do not agree, if they do get a unanimous consent in terms of the Democrats, even though Republicans might be, pushing back in terms of, McCarthy, we spoke about that. If not, we'll just, punish y'all during that time, and we'll just let Joe Biden, cut those checks when he get in office. So obviously, putting that scenario where the people, if they can be patient, right? I'd be upset and livid because they waited this long, but nonetheless, y'all know how this stuff go, right? Then they will have to wait till Joe Biden get in there. Then, of course, he'll send that check. So maybe at that point, Biden, old as he is and, decrepit as he is, he might come out swinging, right? He come out swinging saying, you know what, I got y'all. Don't worry about it. I got y'all. So, so Biden just sent me this clip and saying, let the people know I got them.
Feet hurting, world world full of busy bees working. I ain't never met a free person. I don't get along with these earthlings. I'm trying to seek purpose, fight for something I believe's worth it. Feel the curse, I'ma reverse it. I don't dream cause I sleep nervous. Yet I keep flirting, face death like a Steve Irwin. Whole heat, I'ma drink thermos. Tell the bartender keep serving. I'm trying to be perfect, using dirty shit to clean dirt with. Only happy when the weed burning. Traded oxygen to breathe herping. Till I see curtains, lungs fail and they cease working. Error something that I need urgent. Suffocating, trying to squeeze words in.
So it just could be one of those things, right? But again, nonetheless, again, I hope you guys have found today's little live session to be, again, informative. We're just trying to keep up with what's going on in or around us as much as possible. Of course, we are people who follow the markets for a reason, because the markets are more they're more in tune to all the breaking news aspects that come out of Washington anywhere else, because they see those as what certain values or catalysts that help them make better financial decisions, or bad ones in some cases, right? They kind of mismanaged or misread what exactly is happening in or around DC, right? But nonetheless, again, as of now, the markets are trying to factor in what exactly is going to come of this. So tomorrow, either we get pretty much a decent sized pullback, and I say at least 0.5% or bigger, right? That will be I guess I would say my line in the sand to say, at least what this is going to be pretty ugly going into the close. With people taking profit, we see at least 0.5% or bigger. Of course, 1% definitely would be, obvious at that point. But just make sure you keep your eye on that, because, I think as the night unfolds, with more people who may just start leaking out, sneaking in tweets on the Republican side, it's going to start really painting a picture where they actually stand. Of course, we haven't heard from Mr. McConnell yet. He's still in hiding. He's still somewhere drunk at the bar, right? Can't believe that Trump stabbed him in the back, right? Trump saying, I can't believe you stabbed him in the back by what? Agreeing that Biden won the election. That's why he mad at McConnell right on that side. Right? But nonetheless, they can keep those little petty little quarrels between themselves. We're just waiting to see what the market's going to do, right? Either we're going to barbecue or we're going to mildew. Right? I got me some puts in play, and I got me some calls in play, right? If you want to say I'm hedged, that's a good way to put it. I am hedged, right? I am waiting for things to unfold, right? One way or the other, I will be cashing out with some kind of form of a bag or profit, right? That is definitely the goal, right? And so, yeah, so about that. So if they're going to cut them checks, they better cut them checks. Again, they don't want me to pull out that Vic tape, right? I'm seething to pull that Vic tape out, but I'm going to let that one stay under the wraps right now, because he be going in, right? It's our money, as he be saying, right? So that's that. So, yeah, so I got the panel still on a little bit. Y'all rocking out with your brother. I know he's going through a little bit today. Anything y'all got on your, on your minds to discuss that we might have missed? Anything that you guys might have thought about that we might have missed to discuss? Definitely open up your mic and share it with the family. I think we got most of the information down packed as far as the stimulus stuff. I hope we do, right? But we'll wait to see as tonight unfolds. Right? I don't see anything on Trump's site quite yet either. Yeah, so everybody just kind of still taking in all this idea of that just, Republicans feel like they've been stabbed in the back, and Democrats feel like they've been given, a second chance at life. But it'll be short-lived, because at some point, Republicans will find a way to make sure that they don't ride out into the sunset in their mind with some kind of form of a complete victory, right? Politics does not work that way, right? It does not work that way. They have to push back some kind of way, form, or fashion. It is what they do, as they say. It is what they do. Hey, what's going on? Who's that?
I was gonna ask. So, how do you feel about Ripple right now? The fact that it's it's down there. I was looking at it like this might be a nice little buy. Because if this stuff clear up,
Well, yeah, of course, Ripple been ether like we discussed the other day with this whole idea that they're getting a lawsuit by the SEC. So it's not a lawsuit to be taken lightly, even though they feel like they got more merit and grounds to fight it. But again, nonetheless, this is a very big disruptive value, because at the point which Ripple made such a move when it broke out from that flat top breakout, basically the flat top breakout, to be honest, and now it has pretty much pared back all those gains. It pared back literally all of those hard-earned gains. That deflates any kind of investor. I don't care who you are. It's hard to believe in an asset once you've made such a humongous run, and everybody else that's in your class is still up to a degree, and you the only one that's way back down to where you came from literally over a month ago. As you can see, there's this little flat top breakout here in this case here around about 25 cents on Ripple. Of course, if you go back before that, you can just see we'll drop down and play the little 19-cent area, 20 cents out area. After making such again a big boy move from that point, 25, 26 cents, all the way up to near $1, right? With this little ugly wick, of course, and now you all the way back down to 26 cents. That is demoralizing. I don't care who you are, where you are. It makes a person never want to invest in the markets again, right? But understand it, you never invest more than you have willing to lose, and you have to pick and choose where you get in at and how you preserve that money by what? Putting stop losses on it, right? Stop scenarios on it. Or if not, if you want to go through all the ebb and flows of the market, then you just got to ride the wave, as they say. But at these levels down here, clearly here, now you got to deal and contend with all the other levels of resistance all over again, right? You got to clear back over this point of 29 again. You got to clear that area around, 30 again, and and especially in Ripple, all these little small micro moments actually matters when it comes to resistance, because it's such a heavily it's a heavy float little asset, right? Tons of tokens out there in Ripple, right? So it takes a lot to move it. It's cheap, of course, get it. We talking about 26 cents, but it's going to take a whole lot of 26 cents to move it, because of the fact that it has such a large token float, right? And so again, people can say, well, you know what, this is the ultimate dip buy at this point, and we'll come in and buy it. But you see where the wick is at down here. Wick got all the way down to 21. It wicked all the way out to 21, almost parallel to the 200 moving average back over here in this area. So it's been a minute since it's been down here. We're talking about June, May, June, July area. It's been a minute since it's been around that point. After breaking out, coming off the flat top breakout here, rounded up nicely, as you can see, and just launched into the stratosphere, and now gave it all back. Let all the wind, the wind out of person lungs, right? It's like oof, oof, right? When that oof mean oof, like dang, like why y'all do us like that? But that's the market. Again, these are the days where you say to yourself, okay, this is either a gift and a curse, or it could be both. It's a curse that is dropping, but it's a gift that I could buy in the bottom. It's a curse that it may not, rebound for quite a long time, because it takes these assets a long time to bounce, right? Of course, it surely did with Ripple. Look how long Ripple went sideways. Think about that. It just sideways a little bit, then it really went, sideways after dipping way down to like 11 cents, right? And then went sideways for months, like April, June, July, August. It was just sideways. Really no higher than 22 cents. Playing the bottom support points around about 17 cents, and just stayed in that ugly little channel for quite a while. And then it finally broke out, got above the 20-day moving average. It really became even more bullish when the 20 crossed over the 200. Came back and tested some bottom parts of the 200 here. Flat top, break out some more, consolidate some more, I should say in this case, and broke all the way out. Of course, I was taking me some profit up around this area here. Sadly, so I didn't take no profit in Ripple up here on this ugly wick. Obviously it was just wicks are happening fast anyway, but it pulled back, right? I didn't add until I seen some candles around this point here. I added somewhere around about 56 cents, 55 cents. I got some receipts to prove those. I can show you I was adding a nice little amount around them points too, added to the position I was already in, from way down here, of course. And then it went up and hit like 66 cents, 67 cents. And then I took some profit up there, right? Rough around about 60, 64 and change, 64, 70, something like that. Y'all know it goes all the way out to the little hundreds and thousands increment scenarios, right? So I took a little money up around that area there, right? And of course, I didn't know about this was going to happen, but, I'm still in it. I still got some of my position still in it. Not going to lie. I think my average is now around about 28 cents, 27, 28 cents, somewhere around there, right? So of course, in this case, I'm underwater a little bit, but I did take some money off the table around my 64 and change. And that's after this long consolidation, all that stuff through that chop. Added in a little bit, in and around those areas there, of course. But yeah, nonetheless, hey, this is the name of the game here, right? It's okay. Can we outwit the people who think we're not, in any kind of massive aspect of trouble, right? With this whole SEC lawsuit, of course, like I said, the CEO already vowed that he's going to fight back and push back against it, so he's not rolling over. Of course, you want to hear that, right? If you are an investor or a holder in Ripple, because everybody's waiting for this breakout. They waited. They waited for this moment, and now they gave it all the way back. That's why people are scared of crypto. Let's just be honest. That's why a lot of people are scared of crypto, because they don't understand how the values of the volatility are rated and how to trade it. So again, it's not for the faint of heart. If you're trading it, because if you're long-term investors, you got to ride the ebb and flows. Stick with it. The same way a stock could do this. A stock would do the same thing. It's no different. I'm just keeping it 100. Stocks do this too. Right? Yeah, some big ones got, again, beat down today, matter of fact. Right? And then, of course, it happens, it happens when it happens. I'll just say that. So matter be it crypto, be it an equity holding, whatever the case, it's still just as much subjective, right, to any kind of market, uncertainty, yada this, yada that. So of course, you think about stocks that just run hard and they just give up their ghosts. So, but that's it. So again, for the most part, yeah, it worthy. Okay, you say, well, dip buying. Well, you obviously got to play the bottom of the wicket. That's the most, worst case scenario. That's 21 cents. Right, you pretty much parallel your line from that point there, right, all the way across, so you know exactly what seems to be the line in the sand. It's obviously indicative of, like I say, what this look. This 200 moving average point here, where it kind of just pinged in around it before it actually broke above that. Then going back as far as July, right? You want to see that get taken out, or you want to see it hover or bounce in around that area there. If that becomes relevant, then that's a good dip buy. And so at that point, the retracement is just going to be your other levels all the way up, right? These are moments where any consolidation or points of previous resistance was, where you got to break back through those areas again, around about 29 cents and all that stuff, and back on up towards 30, 31 cents, and up these little bigger candles over here, right? In between the depends on what time frame you look at them at. But if you break them down 30 minutes to an hour, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some little breakdowns in there. But for the most part, you got to take out those areas again to kind of rebound. And you outside the linear regression band here, right? You outside that band here, at least a minimum around about what, close to about about 9 pennies or so, which is a lot for Ripple, which is a lot, right? 9 pennies for Ripple is a lot. It is a lot. In my treat voice, give me a knife, right? Right? You want to off yourself, like, man, how do I lose all my gains like that? Right? How did it get me? But again, it depends on, it ain't a loss until you sell. That's the game, name of the game. In these cases, it's not a loss until you sell it. You do, like Open Marquise spoke about, you can add in, buy these dips up. Again, the people that bought this little wick out dip down here, they actually was able to get filled at 21, 22. Well, they already up like 4 or 5 pennies. That's a lot of money for a 26-cent stock. And people coming in with hundreds of $1,000s worth, and they pick up about 4 or 5 pennies, whatever. That's a bag. That's a nice bag. So pennies on a dollar, right? There's no kind of excuse in terms of you feeling like you got to submit an arm, leg, and a kidney to get in some of these assets. It doesn't require all that. It requires some dollars, some capital, right? And platform, basically at this point. So yeah, so I'm definitely watching it down here too, Open Marquise again, to be kind of direct in that perspective. I'm definitely I thought about adding down here again along that consolidation breakdown, and I didn't actually. At the time I was thinking about doing it, I was like, again, being on the live and all that, so I would want to be focused in, even though it seems to be like just obvious, right? Because look at this breakout. I mean, look at this, consolidation level here. That's a lot of strength. it pierced through the courts, right? Yeah, because look at here, from here to down here was a wick. It obviously pierced through it, but it didn't. Again, but nothing kind of caused people to really just start fleeing. Although those big bearish engulfing volume candles down there put some fear in people real quick. If they see those, right? Momentum, obviously, you can see down here is still kind of in the red little stance. Unlimited selling here over the past, few days in this case. At some point, the bleeding has to stop. Today being the worst, in my opinion, I think today is the worst. If I had anything to, in terms of looking at the chart and the volume, how everything is showing, setting up here, I think today is going to be the worst. Before we start having some kind of form of, okay, let's reassess this situation here in Ripple. If you get a few spec buys here and there, of course, take out the 200-day moving average would be great at 33 cents. That would be great. To try to kind of reclaim that and nothing else. And then if you want, you can meander around, go sideways, get inside the box, and just whatever. Hopefully, that would be ideal, but it's to be determined. It's a TBD scenario, right? To be determined. But I still like Ripple. I'm not giving up on Ripple.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna just grab some just for the long term. It's just like, why not?
Yeah, it seemed obvious because you would think, okay, look at the run it just made. See, that's how the markets are, though. It'll gift you, and then it'll curse you, and then it'll force you to say, well, do you trust me again? Right? That's how I do. You're like, do you trust me? Right? Because if you buy here, I may dump on you, go lower, but again, I may bounce. Do you trust me? So you got to ask yourself that. It's just a form of a discount. Well, everything on the support in terms of the chart says what? If nothing else, is worth buying here. Again, this is my opinion, course. Don't go out and do it just because I said it. A disclaimer down in the description box. All right, for everybody in the back chat, I know my family don't hear know what's up, but it does seem like it has what ability, to that it could bounce, or at least meander sideways at its point of support around that 22-21 cent area.
Yeah, and especially while I say that, I'm gonna just grab some because I'm just kind of using, the philosophy that what I'm saying, that you showed me way back, and that's I'm gonna take some money that I was just gonna spend on whatever and just put it into there. I was gonna lose it anyway, so why not?
And you have a drawdown, which is by any market standard of what? Anytime you have a drawdown of over 30%, by default you're supposed to add. Unless the company going bankrupt or something like that, out of business, you're supposed to add by default. Anything over a 30% drawdown, the next day you're supposed to be buying with 2 fists. Hate it, like, or indifferent. That's just the market standard. Again, like he said, you was gonna waste that money on something anyway, trivial, a chicken box or something. Well, the same way it just dumped into these people that was over here in this area, these people that's probably still in, they're gonna start what? Averaging down. The more they averaging down that are buying in around this area because they still believe in the asset, what's gonna happen to the asset? Right? You put water in here on this side, it raises what? The side, deflate or take water from down there and add it down here, you're gonna start what? Leveling back up towards this way. So clearly here at some point you're going to have some retracement. Again, like I say, if you're buying in around this point here, your point of risk factor is not that far. Right? You don't have a whole lot of, I guess I would say room to kind of just keep dumping at this point because you're already hitting some massive levels of what? Long-term support. Those chop zones there are long month times worth of support in around those areas. So these people here holding on for dear life, like, man, look, hold them. All right, y'all better start averaging down. If y'all up here, y'all better average down. Right? So clearly, yeah, I like your approach to that. Again, it just makes sense, common sense perspective. That's my over 30% drawdown. Obviously more than that. You're talking close to 40 something. Or 50 something, excuse me, 50 plus some percent at this point. Because you're talking about you came from 60, even when you say 60 cent, up around here, You hit that 30%, you was already at 100%, drawdown in that perspective. A whole complete 30-cent value if you took off from 30 and went to 60. Of course, we're saying that because that was around the 200 moving average area. Granted, and now you just kind of gave those back, and some little extra. Yeah, definitely worth adding to it around here. And keep in mind, the only thing that's going to be popping tomorrow after the cash close of about 2 to 3 p.m. is going to be crypto. Forex got a little bit more extra time. Of course, other markets going to be open, Friday that don't partake in, America or Western Christmas. Some of their markets still going to be open regardless, but, crypto going to be definitely getting a little interest over the weekend. And it's like I said, a holiday scenario, so people get a little buzz, they get a little crypto for Christmas presents, right? I can buy you some crypto. All right, they bother, man, buy me some of that Ripple right now. Don't wait, because it's cheap. Let me get a whole basket worth of that. Let me get $10 worth on 10. So yeah, I like Ripple again, especially still long term. I think this issue with the lawsuit is going to iron itself out, and I'm going to say that because what does the SEC gripe, right? And I don't know if y'all saw the SEC chair actually stepped down. He resigned. Well, they did. Yeah, I think I want to say today. The chairperson, Jay Clayton, he resigned. Right. So I don't know if that's whatever, but yeah, he said he's out there. Right. So again, I don't know, but it's a whole lot of, again, they talking about securities fraud, about $1.3 billion worth. I don't know if you saw any of the ramifications of the lawsuit over Marquise, but I think it's just a whole lot of what we kind of thinking about what could happen with them getting so more and more close to adopting crypto as a whole, the space, especially banking, right? Because that's the one thing that you really want to be in charge of, the central bank. So him having a massive stake in a lot of international affairs, using Ripple as a form of currency exchange and monetary transaction, that really puts a blind eye on these central banks that have been robbing these nations for a long time. So this might be the way that they're coming after him. Who knows? Right? I mean, who knows, right? We just don't know. So let me see.
It's true.
Matter of fact, let me do this right here. This is the latest, I think, of the CEO of Ripple obviously coming forward with some more information about where things stand, I guess, at this point concerning this lawsuit or whatever. So let me run over here really quick here, guys. Forgive me 1 second. All right, let's see. Where are we? There we go. All right, so.
I have to say, this year's been interesting. The rise of digital payments anyway, due to COVID, some big investors throwing the towel in and saying, fine, I was a skeptic, I've changed my mind. Square, PayPal getting involved. What's driving the gains this year in your mind?
Well, first of all, Julia, thank you for having me back. It has definitely been an exciting year across crypto. I think one of the most macro important dynamics that is driving the crypto markets is the fact that many governments around the world are printing more fiat currencies. Here in the United States, you see, trillions of dollars of stimulus, and that means that we're inflating the U.S. dollar. And when you inflate the U.S. dollar, there's many people that want to hold non-inflationary assets. You've seen the same dynamic really with gold and the year that gold has had. And so I think people are seeing crypto as, in some cases, a inflationary hedge. As you pointed out, you're seeing names like Paul Tudor Jones and Stan Druckenmiller come into crypto and see it as a investable asset. And I think those are important dynamics that are driving this market.
So you're saying that the greatest share of the gains that we're seeing are being driven by the store of value argument here for digital currencies or digital assets, perhaps rather than utility function, which differs depending on which digital currency you're talking about, and quite dramatically.
Yeah, look, I have said for years, and I've said with you, I violently believe that the long-term value of any digital asset is going to be derived from its utility. I think one utility is store of value, and you're seeing that across Bitcoin. You're seeing that across other cryptocurrencies that don't have an inflationary dynamic. As you introduced in the beginning of the segment, Ripple is using an open source digital asset XRP to solve a payments problem. And it's extremely good at that because it's extremely fast and extremely cheap on a per transaction basis, particularly at a time when a Biden administration is arriving. And I think things like climate change, things like environmental impact of energy usage will increase on the importance of the radar. I think there'll be more and more attention on the efficiency and scalability of a technology like XRP in contrast to other technologies that have what we call proof of work or mining, which takes a massive amount of power, as you know well, having followed this space.
All right. So again, that's, the CEO, of course, stating the case in terms of, the use case of Ripple. Of course, we already know Ripple in itself has a logical, use case. Of course, we're talking about transacting money. Again, cutting out the middleman, right? Central bankers have been harvesters of greed and corruption for years in that space because they were the only ones able to do so, especially with all this fiat currency moving around, this paper money, right? That's worth nothing, right? It's weird when you think about it, right? But, the aspect of a $1 bill and a $100 bill is basically the same. They're basically the same. The amount of the paper that it took to make the $1 bill is no more expensive than the paper it took to make the $100 bill, right? It's not worth it. It's just, again, what people will value it at. It's the same way they try to, pop swipes at crypto for the same perspective, right? Store value, what people are willing to pay for it. Well, it's the same thing how people adopt these federal currencies, right? This old central bank, Ponzi scheme. That's basically what the central banks are. They're a Ponzi scheme. And it's backed by guns now. It's backed by military values now. That's the only reason why it's still surviving. Let's be honest. But slowly but surely, these other alternative currencies, you want to call it that, are starting to, crack the chink of the armor of the fiat currency bubble. Right? The USD dollar is coming down. Right? The inflation, value days are just running it up like crazy. It's pretty much, becoming a thing of the past now. People figuring out how to make moves now, void of these central banks. Hence, that's why we keep saying a brokerage account is much better than a bank account any given day of the week. I don't care how you try to cut it. A bank account is not going to whoop a brokerage account when you learn how to utilize it properly. Your bank can never pay you the interest that, a brokerage account can. The benefits outweigh that of a bank account. So you ask yourself, at the end of the day, what do you really need a bank account for? Think about that for a minute. What do you really need your bank for? We know there's certain aspects of service that they do offer that's probably still utilitarian to this day. But outside of that, is it worth having at least a third or half of your asset worth value sitting in the bank collecting dust? You're not making money on the interest loans, money market rates now because the interest rates is low. That's a done deal. So what would be on the purpose of sitting inside of a bank account in a savings perspective? I ask that question time and time again. I'm waiting for somebody to give me a substantial answer because it doesn't make sense. Dollars sense if you ask me. Like, why I'm paying somebody to house my own money? Think about that. Because you ain't really getting no true benefit, you know what I'm saying? In my opinion, at this point from it. Somebody don't, please share it with me, right? But I don't see it. After, really delving into this stuff to a degree where I feel like I'm pretty solid, I just see that it's just not worth it at this point. I make the analysis where you wouldn't, walk up to a stranger in the street, right? Even though you may have that person, know who that person is, whatever, but at least to the point where you say, well, here, hold the $500, I'll be back for it in about a month from now. Right? Yeah, good luck with that, right? Good luck. It's basically what you're doing when you put it in the bank. Again, you kind of, putting the onus on somebody else to protect and hold your own money that you can do for yourself. So again, but that's just that. So again, these assets, of course, like Ripple, whatever, right? They might be crippled for the moment, but at some point they're going to bounce, right? I mean, look at the charts, right? The chart says you again draw down that much. Yeah, you need to be buying, right? You need to be. I'm not saying that y'all have to, for this, for my opinion, right? I'm saying that in a very opinionated way. but the aspects of what we're trained to, you're supposed to be thinking about buying. So of course you see right here clearly kind of bottomed a little bit here at this 25 point here, and now you have a little buying here. I mean, just a recoil, because look at the RSI. The RSI is down here in the ringer, right? RSI is down there in the ditch, literally, right? Like, bro, how much low can you go? How low can you go, right? How that little song go? How low can you go? Bitcoin, they got ethered off that news, right? I mean, it's crazy, right? It is literally crazy. You ask yourself at the end of the day, is it worth it, right? Well, if it is, go get paid. Right? Don't let people tell you or convince you that, it's the end of the world. Because, of course, I don't see it for that of Ripple. Despite this little lawsuit, you call it frivolous or whatever, however a person want to ID it, or somebody like, you know what, I told y'all this stuff was a scam. Or, people always gonna be waiting to say some mess like that. That's just how they call bank scam. They call anything that has to deal with somebody else's scenario is a scam. Right? Everything is a scam. Right? So yeah, we shall see. So the complaint is actually on the SEC website itself. You can pull it up here. So it's pretty much, again, the SEC Exchange Commission as a whole, of course, all the major players that's in there, saying whatever. Taking a lawsuit against, obviously, Ripley Labs. That's the name of the actual company itself, the incorporation company called Ripley Labs. Bradley Garlinghouse is the CEO, and Christian Larson are the defendants, pretty much. They trying to take them, again, let me see over here real quick here. Trying to, take the people to the court, right? So they're saying between 2013 to present time, blow that up. Defendants sold over 14.6 billion units of the digital asset security called Ripple in return for cash or other consideration worth 1.38 billion to fund Ripple's operations in Rich Larson's and Garlinghouse. Kind of like what we're dealing with what Nicola, right? With Trevor Milton, right? Of course, he ain't have nothing though. He ain't had no specific tech. He just had a whole lot of pipe dream, right? Ripple actually has a functioning value, and it's been implemented. It's being implemented right now as we speak. So it's not like that's not in play. But I know how people are going to feel when they say, "Well, why y'all keep selling off the asset when people buying in? Y'all selling more assets." And again, people do that with stocks. Like, why y'all diluting the shares right now, or why CEOs selling, insiders are selling? At a point when the people just caught momentum in the stock and start trying to go up, and here y'all is selling. Right? They're selling in the strength, as they say, selling the pops, right? So the defendants undertook this distribution without registering their offers and sales of XRP with the SEC, as required by the federal security law, and no exemptions from required apply. So this might have been something that they might have had scheduled with the SEC, being that they had want to get some kind of form of slight regulation. Maybe that they didn't adhere to those ramifications, or it could just be a frivolous claim by the SEC, and then people still had a right to sell some of their assets off. Right? So it said because Ripple never filed a registration statement, it never provided investors with the material information. So that's the difference between crypto and the stocks, because you got to file that 13D, right, or Form D, whatever scenario like that. To say that you can have a change of ownership of assets or whatever. Right, so material form, wherever that every year hundreds of other issuers include in such statements when soliciting public investment. Right, you soliciting public investment to get them in, then you turn around and sell on them. That's basically what they're saying. Right, so instead, Ripple created an information vacuum such that Ripple and two sides, insiders, with the most control over it, Larson and Garlinghouse, could sell the XRP into a market that possessed only the information the defendants chose to share about Ripple. Of course, they didn't say they're going to sell shares. They just sell it saying, hey, we're doing this with, with the company, we're growing and whatever, like they always say. So that's it. So they're saying between 2013 and to the present, that's the aspect of the lawsuit. You know, so I'm sure a lot of people who lost money in Ripple, whether it be from me and earlier or whatever, however the case, yeah, they might be feeling good about themselves because they might just have something against Ripple, right? So those are the violations as you can see there, right? USC code, obviously, section 77, right? A in that perspective, and 77 EC in that perspective. They probably pretty much engaged in unlawful offer and sale of securities, right? So they call them securities. That's the part about it where they're like securities. About that. So what's the provision that they're giving with Ripple right now that is also partly decentralized and is a part security equity? See, that's where it gets tricky, right? And that's what Ripple actually somewhat signed on to a degree to get more institutional money. So I don't know. It can get a little sticky. That's where I'm a little caught up there because you're trying to still call it a security, right? And we know it's a token. It's the aspect of it, it's decentralized. Well, we know, but Ripple scenario is though different. It's a hybrid, right? We know it's a hybrid. So unless defendants are permanently restrained and enjoined, they will continue to engage in these acts and practices. And of course, business set forth in complaints and acts and practices, of course, of business and similar type of object. Now, again, if it's just the fact that they're saying they're engaged in currently engaging in unlawful offer, sale, and restriction, well, again, what was the provision that said that they couldn't? To what level, right? Does the SEC have that kind of power over what? A decentralized currency? That if they did or did not agree to certain aspects where it will hold them accountable or liable. Because again, Ripple will say, well, you know what? We're not a security like that. Y'all know the parameters. We have the right to sell any of our assets all like anybody else. We're not letting our token holders know, right? And it can get tossed out or a minimum aspect where they'll just settle and just move on. So hey, the jurisdictional venue, of course, they just come out and aware of that. So, Security Exchange Act 1934, of course, we know about the Fair Exchange Act, whatever, or the Security Exchange Act, 1934, which is more again delegated to equities. So y'all trying to say Ripple's an equity? Yeah, right? Yeah. So yeah, so there's the if you guys want to see it, of course. Matter of fact, let me post it. I posted in the YouTube back chat. I don't know if I posted anywhere else yet, but there it is. What's going on, overseas? Happy to have you in the house today. Peace, power, and profit. Right? Peace, power, and profit to you as well. Right? That's the XRP lawsuit there. Post in the back chat, litigation, whatever. Yeah. So man, it's crazy out there. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, people been doing what they've been doing for years anyway. It's always been some hooking and booking and cooking. They want to hold certain people accountable, and others they don't. They ain't holding J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs, accountable what they really should in terms of all that fraud. They've been committing with currency manipulation and metals manipulation. They've been doing that jump for so long, it's ridiculous. Like, everybody know they're doing it. That's what's sad about it. Everybody know that the bank's been doing manipulating currencies and the USD dollar and all that for their own financial interests. And they get fined 30 billion, 40 billion, 100 million. They pay the fine and go right back doing the same thing. White collar crime. Again, no one goes to jail. Nobody gets reprimanded, really, whatever. You couldn't pull no mess like that for a small scale amount, even $500. Right? They all over your back. They all over your back because of that. And these people are charlatans, man. They're charlatans, man. They are charlatans. Straight charlatans. Pot talking about the kettle, that kind of scenario, right? It's ugly out there. So again, Ripple still has the use case. It still has a utilitarian case, as we know. Again, just think about financial transactions. They are faster, more secure and solid than that of these banks. That's why probably banks are mad. They probably want to tip them off, right? Get out them SEC. You got to get out these jokers, right? Or whatever. But that's just the gist, right? That's just the gist of things, right? So as you see here, it's starting to kind of rebound just a little bit here. Again, and this is on the daily chart. Of course, it's that last little, washout. This is a new day starting here in terms of this, this candle here. Yeah, we'll see. Again, if it makes it back up towards, the 200-day moving average at $33 here on $33. I wish, right? 33 cents on the daily chart here. That would be a nice little pivot bounce, right? Of course, people are going to scalp that. They'll scalp it from here, 25, 26 cents, up to 33 and sell. Of course, these people coming in with hundreds of $1,000s worth, right? Tens of $1,000s worth, a million, right? So that basically, 8 cents or 10 cents or whatever, that's a good little bag. Right, that's a nice little bag on that many tokens. And people just watch and repeat the scenario, do it all over again. Right, so get excited for that. So XRP down here on the RSI looking very, again, where thunder at? Thing on that 30 on that RSI. Anywhere, anything near that 30, you need to be buying. Y'all need to be buying if it's down on that 30 on that RSI. Ripple is definitely down there on the daily. Under the RSI, under that 30 actually. So yeah. Let's see if it bounces here and make a little move. Try to take out some of these little candles over here, of course. They become adamant points of resistance on the way back up, or you're gonna hit a flat line around about 30, right? 30, 41, somewhere around there. But you can see with those candles there, it breaks above those guys. You can take out June above here, get you back up to the top of that point where the 200-day moving average at, sitting at right here. I will get some hesitancy there and break below it. Let's volume come in like gangbusters and push through it. Now it's gonna hesitate around this area here. Whatever. But it's it's turning a little bit here on the back end of the day. In this new day, I should say, of ripple off since it pulled back, the way it has done over the 60 cents, 55 cents area. Come all the way down at this point. Tested the old points of support, acceleration area. All right. But that's what's gonna be popping tomorrow and Friday and Saturday. Everybody gonna be bored, A lot of people can't travel because of COVID for the Christmas scenario. We're just gonna go right over to the crypto market and probably just sit around all day and try to catch some of the altcoins popping, right? Or not, or whatever. But they're gonna be trying to trade something. Trading hangover kick in. I gotta go trade something. So yeah, so we'll see. Right? So that's it, guys. So again, you guys got anything else? Let me know. If not, of course, future market then turned a little bit too. We got the US 30 back up 0.10%, and the US 5 is up 0.4%, 0.04%, excuse me. So a little turn here. Again, going into the actual cash close at 8 p.m. We'll see if it's gonna hold. It's just trying to stay afloat. I guess that's basically the only way to say it. The markets are trying to stay afloat as long as they can, best they can, until something definitive happens in terms of any news out of the White House or these GOP members or whatever the case. People waiting to figure out what's going to come from that. What is the case, as they say. They're looking at
some of that social capital stock day before yesterday is looking nice today.
Yeah, that's back. IPOC, IPOB, IPOD, IPOU. There's like 5 or 6 different corps underneath social capital head of Sophia the second within that SPAC value. So you can pick and choose, and they also got the warrants, of course. Of course. So some of those, of course, we spoke about that a few days ago when we did our SPAC little breakdown. What is the SPAC? Whatever, y'all gonna look that video up on the same channel here. I need to add it too, actually, to the other channel, but I'll get around doing that. But yeah, but those SPACs are still popping right now. Again, we spoke about a few others getting ready to come to market. You got the XL fleet, that one came, it popped today. Of course, like I say, the one that Open Market keeps speaking about is IPOC. It's more surrounded around that real estate scenario, because that's going to be big, or a stack for real estate. Come on, that's powerful. Right? Again, we spoke about the use case of why some of those will be uniformly great in the aspect of people get behind them. So clearly, you can see how this thing broke out on that news. Right? Becoming a value that social capital ahead of Sophia, as you see there, IPOC. This thing was trending around about $10, like most of these SPACs are, around about 10 to $13, and they just break out. Run 20, $30 some case, some of them run 10, some of them run, some of them run up over what, $70, $80, right? I traded that BRPA. I was beating the horn on that one. I was sharing it with the group before it broke out. When I bought it after hours that day, I think it was what was it, Monday? I bought the after hours of that BRPA, and it gapped up and ran to $76. I bought it in at 26 cents. Excuse me, 26 cents. $26. I bought it at $26, and the next day it ran at like 76 on that SPAC. Right, those kind of moves, right? So they get excited, right? Because the opportunity, when it presents itself, it moves. But this one here, I like this one for a long term, as I discussed it earlier, because of what they have within it. Of course, it's getting a little overbought here. Obviously, it's overbought here on the daily. At some point, it's going to pare back some of that. You already had to kind of, blow off top up here above 15. It's still holding it up here, around this $14 level, 13. Yeah, so it has a little bit, amount, the pullbacks a little bit, maybe. Again, to pull all the way back to 12, that would be great. You can load the boat and first think about it, but if not, we'll see. If it trend in or around this area here, it still may be a little attractive play. But as of now, again, it seems to be a solid little SPAC. Seems to be a solid little SPAC. Like I said, they got IPOC, IPOU. Hold on, so you got IPO. See, you got the warrant, of course. The way they expired in 25th, and okay, to be created to per community. All right, so where is it? So it's not gonna be shown on here, I think. Yeah, I know you have to add all that stuff to be able to have to show it on here, but yeah. So nonetheless, again, we'll see how it turns out. But the warrants, of course, inlay in terms of that, of the asset, it's holding up pretty well. So we'll see. And then Open Door itself, of course, that was the ticker symbol that came public the other day. Open Door Technology, right? The SPAC for real estate, for what they do. We spoke about that ETF too. Of course, we see what happened. On the numbers, it gapped up, ran up, and then now it's pulling back. Of course, it's the name of the game. They say it's the name of the game. But yeah, of course, these moments we're just saying, take advantage of when they really get popular. So as you can see, IPO naturally they're at 10 back in June. Then it got a part of us. They linked itself on part of us, the same SPAC or the controlling interest company in terms of social capital for Huddersfield, owned by Schmott, which gave them another little extra boost. So now it's like just kicking butt, taking names from 10 to 30 in a matter of what, 3 months, 4 months. So that's a good little bag. Talking about over 200, 300%. Expect 10, 20, 30, 300%, in about 4 months. Not going to cry about that, right? Not going to cry about that. That's the kind of returns that, people sit around trying to get, in gains in these markets. So the bag is there. It's just up to a person to take advantage of it when he or she can, with the proper knowledge and training. Right? With the proper knowledge and training, of course. So that's about it, guys. I've been going in a little bit. I'm gonna grab me a quick little dinner. Right. Again, if y'all want, I can leave it open. Y'all can go in a little bit. Do what you need to do, handle business, right? I think you can do it on here. Is there any stipulation? I don't think there is. Where a person can do what they need to do as well, just in case. I don't think so. I typically always using Zoom for that kind of stuff. I do a lot of training on it, but yeah, Sister Mo, I know you out there, Sister Mo. Where you at on the road right now? I know you're getting it in. Where you at? Somewhere in Mississippi right now? Where you at? Alabama, Mississippi? You get ready to cross through the MI cricket letter I, humpback, I, cricket letter. Where you at? You cross through Mississippi? Yeah, old Biloxi, right? Moving about the country right now. So it's on our way to the Lou. Oh, you say you there now? Okay, great. Even better. You said I'm here. Oh, I thought you meant like you made it to Louisiana. Oh, okay, my bad. I said, yeah, that's so good. Knock them little miles out. What I'm talking about. Being on the road. Oh yeah, Atlanta, almost Atlanta. Oh, you just get started. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, you just got started. Okay, yeah. So Atlanta. And then of course get over there on what you'll hit I-20, cut through Alabama way. Cut through Alabama on I-20, west, or going headed west, of course. Then cut off from there and kind of go down the diagonal line down to I-10. I'm pretty sure that might be your route. You better not be eating no boudin. You on that diet. You on that sea moss diet. Don't you do it. Don't you go down there and eat all that roux and gumbo and bread and starch and water and oil. Worked hard. Let me get David on the line. Let me get David on the main line. Let me get David on the main line. You need to go down there using boudin and starch and grease and grits. Don't do it. Definitely enjoy yourself. Be safe while you're there visiting your family and all that. So I'm pretty sure you are. Anybody else that's choosing to hit the road for the holidays, be safe, be careful, be masked up, be protected. Protect your loved ones, right? Y'all know how this stuff get. People crazy. They're going to try to go home and have a Christmas, all that. Right? They already going to try to go have them a merry little so-called Christmas. Like, man, what you got on that tree? Some COVID? And the ornaments there. That one there's a COVID ornament. I'm fine. I'm going to stay safe and just kind of watch the festivities, if you want to call it that. I mean, I'm going to be watching these markets and seeing anybody trying to rush to those these other assets that may be still working. Everything else is kind of, sitting on the sideline. All right, so that's it. So I'm gonna run it. I just gotta show this real quick, man. Look at that XL. God, XL put in that work today. XL put in that work. That joke was up there in the $34 and change. There's something strange. A little different there, as you can see there. But great breakout on XL fleet. SPAC move today. SPAC merger scenario. Then electric vehicle space. They're in the electric vehicle space. Get excited for that. Then the breakout was just, obvious too. Look at the RSI, right? After it came out, back on the 22nd. Then they announced that news, and then look at the sell side volume, and then the breakout around $17. If you bought there with the volume display, again, just busting up to the upside here, as you can see clearly here. Man, what a trade! What a trade for those that caught it. Again, 17 up to 34. Nice little bag. 100% value in there. 100% move of their game there, that perspective. Well, based 100%. Those kind of gains, right? Gains, that's some gains, as they say, right? Getting them gains. So yeah, keep your eye on some of these assets. Again, they've been moving a little bit. These little SPAC plays. Like I said, go back and look at the video we did a few days ago on SPACs on this channel. You'll see it's the next one after this one, all right? Or before this one, I should say. Go check it out if you're interested. If you haven't already done your own due diligence, it's just a little something, It's a little something, a little insight. Nice little insight there. right, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna run up here and grab me a little dinner, guys. Like I said, if you guys want to, continue on, you got, you can. If not, of course, I'll just close it down. Maybe I can start another one a little later, another live stream later, maybe possibly if I can, eat and your family, whatever. All right. So thank y'all again for tuning in. Thank y'all for being patient. Thank y'all for being supportive as always, bringing in knowledge to share with the family. Hope y'all benefited from it. Hope it was edifying for you guys as well. I do extend you guys, the utmost care and concern in terms of this session, right? This little break, if you want to call it that, because I don't partake in the holidays. Well, this little break in the little session in time, right? Focus on building yourself, edifying yourself with knowledge that can be applicable to your life, not just any kind of thing. And it has to have a purpose, right? It's good to be, purpose driven, especially when it comes to learn how to get some money. Don't waste your time. Utilize it wisely. Don't listen to people who are detractors and naysayers. If they ain't putting in the work, how can you learn how to work, right? So follow those who are actually working, right? Putting in the work, who are staying true to, their craft or whatever. Right? And the rest will be history, as they say. All right, so that's it, guys. So peace, power, and profit. I hope I get a chance to come back on live a little later, so y'all will get the prompt. And we'll get at it some more. We might get some more breaking news or something crazy company coming out, and I want to be right there to cover it if I can, so we can break it down and go over this stuff. So we appreciate again everybody that tuned in. Brother Matt, Sister Monica, obviously Monica on the road, wishing her complete safety on them highways and byways, right? Overseas are coming through, obviously over Marquise on the panel, Sister Camille, over Chris, our brother Hova, obviously our brother Cedric, we know him as over Cedric, right? Brother Rich B came through this evening. Thank you as well. Over Peace, Power, and Profit to you as well. Yeah, all the family that came through. Our sister Shamika Walker came through today as well. Thank you, sis. Our family Rashu came through. Our sister G Deb came through as well. Peace, Power, and Profit to her. The family Sadea Samuda came through today as well. Hotep to you as well. Over Divine Fuller came through the building. SV 720 came through today. Over Brandon, right? And the building is always resident hospice in the house. Over Chris Woods, you already know us. Spoke about him earlier as well. Our family Kendra, my aunt came through today as well. Happy to have Kendra in the house today. Yeah, Joe Smo, everybody, anybody that tuned in, we thank you. Again, we always thank you over here. So, we only ask that you like the video, right? We don't ask much of it. Just give us a chance to get a little bit more extra exposure, right? This information might be vital for someone, right? If nothing else, because we try to stick with things that are more, again, applicable and tangible to our well-being in a lot of ways, not just a whole lot of online streaming, talking, rhetoric and gossip or whatever, I guess. I don't know. Entertainment more or less. But this is entertainment in a good way. All right, so that's it, guys. Peace, power, profit. Catch you guys on the next one. Right, till then, on Ubuntu, as I always say, I am because we are. I stand beside you guys, not in front and back. We are the same. Right? It takes a village, so let's get it. Right? Let's get it. All right, guys. Peace. See y'all in the next one. Peace.